back, everyone. Welcome back to another year, another edition here of the SC2 Safe House, the Safe House number 2, day 1 group stage. I'm of course VIP with you and joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome, welcome, one and all. It has been a year since the last SC2 Safe House, and once again we've returned as the B stream. If you're in the chat, of course, !B. to have a look at the back of yourselves. The bracket is live, the bracket is stacked, and we have a full round robin group stage. We're going to be featuring so many players, featuring the best of Latino America and North America, featuring Astrea, Trigger, Dolan, Cham, Master, SpeCial, eGGz, and Foxer. Oh boy, we have 7 players. We have 7 players in total, and of course we are jumping into our first best of 3 PVZ between Astrea and eGGz. Let's go. Let's go. Bearing in mind that these are going to be best of 3s, not best of 5s or anything of that nature, so these are going to be ideally full matches. Let's go. Let us go. So jumping into game 1. Game 1 is going to be on ley lines, and spawning in the right hand corner of ley lines, we have the pink Protoss player. The pink Protoss himself, it is Astrea. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, momento. one moment. Bam, there we go. In the left hand corner we have the blue Zerg player from the land of Colombia. It is eGGz. El huevito, papi. Here we go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Place your bets in the chat, as there are 4 streams going on. We have the main stream, we have the B stream, C stream, and D stream. We, of course, are going to be the B stream here. As a result, we were able to get second dibs on the first round matches. Shout out to, of course, the main event that's going to be going on. For those that are curious, all right, sorry. Winding it back a little bit here. So the S2 Safe House is a big event that's going to be happening in the Americas. The casters and the mainstream are actually renting an Airbnb, and they're all filing in. We have State, we have the Zerg Girl, we have Zombergub, we have Ravi, Fear Dragon, we have Chicken Man, Steadfast, and I believe a couple of others as well. So again, a lot of the NA representation, NA talent has come together to bring you this 2-day event. Now the cast is happening offline in a sense, like they have booked, you know, the Airbnb, like they've set up the house. They're going to be doing some other things, like I believe they're going to be having like a poker session, and there's going to be like a podcast or like a talk show segment. They're going to be, you know, there's going to be like a spicy wing challenge and all this other stuff. So there's going to be a bunch of shenanigans going on, drinking as well, and all the good stuff. But the games themselves are online. Like they don't have players like flying over or anything like that. The event hasn't grown to that point, but maybe one day it will. This is the 2nd year of SC2 Safe House, and the goal is to grow it even further to be able to turn this into something like a version of the Home Story Cup of HSC. Home Story Cup has a long way to grow, but as we do have a bit of a pause here, has a long way to grow. But if you want to help grow the event, if you want to help make this event not just an annual event, but even bigger, and allow for players to even go and travel to the event as well, !Safe House in the chat, and you will be getting the link to the Matcherino page, so you can help fund, help support, help grow the tournament. I believe they have a bunch of stretch goals in the Matcherino page that they have been reaching, and there are more goals to come as well. So again, all supported via the Matcherino. Things at Patreon earlier, but by Matcherino. So far we're almost at 3K, almost at $3,000 supporting, and you can see here actually it's gonna be Zombergub, Fear Dragon, Steadfast, Chicken Man, Zergirl, and States. They have six people at the venue, 6 people at the event, and I believe they have a bunch of stretch goals as well. Pie in the face once again, god damn it. So they're gonna be pieing Fear Dragon in the face once again, I'm sure. But some of the other stretch goals that they have Bean Boozled Russian Roulette. I believe that's like the is that like the every favorite flavored bean thing where they eat like different flavored beans. Lovely. They have a trivia challenge. What else do they have? They have State joins the crew. I think he already has. What do you mean? But I guess that maybe helps pay for like the flight or something that State had, as State did, of course, fly from Korea. True. Yeah, there's a spicy wing challenge. A one-shot StarCraft themed D&D. That sounds like a lot of fun. But one of the goals is a D&D session. Let's go. Mario Party. Yeah, there's a lot of fun things. There's a lot of things that they've kind of set up to eventually hit. Which I'm sure they will. Oh. But hopefully everything's okay. Hopefully everything's okay with the players. Again, we're still just kind of getting into our first game of the series. We're going to be having 7 rounds of the round robin group stage. So we have plenty of matches ahead of us here. There's going to be a lot of StarCraft, And again, bearing in mind, this is a 2-day event. We're only going to be casting day 1. Day 1 will be here is the group stage. Day 2 is the playoffs. That is going to be covered by the mainstream. I believe we will be gaining access to the replays, and we can cover day 1 afterwards via replays. But if you want to tune in live, of course, that will be over on the mainstream tomorrow in 24 hours. Will be tomorrow. No. I can hope next year. Yeah, it's been now this is the second year in a row where we've had the SSU Safe House. 2 years running, might be 2 years. Hoping for more. It's one of those things where it's honestly pretty important to help it grow and foster like the NA scene in the NA region. It's something that Home Story Cup has over an event like this. Is a Home Story Cup that's been running for a very, very long time, since the beginning of StarCraft essentially. So SU Safe House, they have some catching up to do, but you know, they're on the way. They're on the way, Pappy, on the way. And again, really big shout out to Zombergrub, of course, for having the initiative to actually run the event and host the event and make it a reality as well. Much love, much love. Also, you can tune in to some of the other language streams as well. I believe, is TKL casting in French? Yes, TKL's casting in French. We have Enki, of course, casting in Spanish. I believe there might be some other language streams as well. I think Cosmos is going to hop in at some point, casting in Portuguese. No. Astrea. Do I have the... There we go. Astrea's having fun with his emotes. It's communicating. As Eggs, of course, did have to... Eggs, something came up, and hopefully everything's okay on Eggs' side. Meanwhile, Astrea, he's communicating in emotes. Oh, no. He's telling us a story. Why not in the safe house? Oh, I live on the other side of the world. It's like thousands of dollars to get a return flight to the Americas. So, nah. Maybe one day? I don't know. Maybe one day. In like 3 or 4 years. When we grow enough to be able to afford such a thing. For now, though, I'm okay just casting from home. It's okay. Oh. Oh my god. Be careful, Eggs. Be careful. But apparently, Eggs, he has a pet cat, and oh.
Game resumed.
Almost leapt out the window. Eggs, he saved the cat, But here we go. We are getting into, of course, game 1. So far, nothing too crazy here. We do have some standard openers. It is going to be a gate expand into Stargate out of Astrea. So Stargate opener out of our Protoss. Nothing crazy, nothing wild. Meanwhile, we do see Eggs going for a faster second gas. Oh, okay. I was a little confused. We'll supply blocked here, but it's going for a standard opener, just going for a hatch gas pull into its own 3rd expansion. So nothing crazy, nothing wild. We're just building up. Meanwhile, big shout out to iScar in the chat. iScar did actually resubscribe during the countdown timer, so thank you so much for the iScar subscribing for 39 months in a row. Speaking of another supporter, Yomers in the chat as well, subscribing for 2 months, in a row as well. Thank you so much, Yomers, for the support to iScar as well. Gracias. Para galera. Thank you so much. As it does shade in, will threaten the mineral line, does get 2 drone kills. Not a bad start here from Astrea. Does pull away, does shade out. So not a bad start at all. Second Adept has arrived. 2 Adept, second one-shot workers, bear that in mind. And we have the Oracle rallying out as well. So a lot of aggression on the way here from Astrea. A lot of potential, I should say, for aggression, for damage being done. Meanwhile, Eggs going for a faster Evo chamber into +1 melee. Now, something that I didn't really get to mention here, of course, Astrea, he is one of the best players in all of the Americas. He's coming in as a heavy hitter. better. Meanwhile, eGGz, he has been taking a break. He has been taking a break from the game. He took a long hiatus. A big reason for this is because Latin American tournaments did dry up, unfortunately. They used to be a little more common, a lot more frequent. They used to, I mean, the Latin American scene used to thrive a lot harder. Nowadays, again, there's only a handful of tournaments for Latino America. So eGGz has taken some time off. I've recently started streaming again to get back into shape, and I don't really know the current form of eGGz. Definitely coming in as the underdog, but we'll see how he can compare to some of these other top players here in the group. I want to believe. So far, 4 drones have fallen, so again, a really nice start here for Astrea. Lings, they do punish at least 1 adept. Adepts are cleaned up. The Oracle goes back in, gets 3 more drones, and we have another Oracle in towards the main base. There is a Spore in position, but no Queen. And no Queen, just a Spore. So more damage can be done. Speaking of, getting one, getting... Ooh, just one more. Just one more drone. One more drone falls. It is going to be plus 1 melee, as I did mention. Melee is the go-to if you go for an early Evo chamber. The goal here should be to skip the Roach Warren and to go straight Ling Hydra, but in the recent patch, because of the buff to the Baneling, we have seen a lot more Ling Bane Hydra instead of just purely Ling Hydra instead. So we could see eGGz kind of commit a little bit harder here on a 3-base setup. We'll see. We'll see if he does take his gases. We'll see how he techs. We'll see if he does go for Banelings or not. As gases are now being taken. Now that he is saturated on his 3 bases. So 3-base saturation. Meanwhile, across the map, it is going to be a standard follow-up here out of Astrea. Going into Blink at +1, headed towards Storm. Oh boy. So nothing crazy. So far, everything's looking pretty standard. This matchup hasn't really changed too much in the new patch. I would say that in the new patch, Protoss is a little bit stronger just because they have a stronger zoning tool, and their end goal should just be to play more defensive. Ooh, as one Oracle does get picked off. One Oracle does go down. But in general, Astrea, his go-to should be to turtle up and get a 4th base and work towards Sky Toss. We'll see if he's more aggressive than that. Right now, we're waiting to see if he goes for a Gateway Explosion. Speaking of, there it is. Does throw down a wall of gateways. We have 5 more gates on the way. And from here, Astrea should expand. Meanwhile, it looks like eGGz is opting not to go for the Baneliness. Yep, he's going pure Ling Hydra, so this is a more quote-unquote old school or previous patch style. He's not touching Banelings, not yet. Now, eGGz has a choice to make as Astrea is expanding. So Astrea is taking his 4th base, and as we mentioned, like Astrea, he's most likely just going to turtle up on 4 bases, get into Storm, get into Archons, Immortals, and build up and max out. From the side of eGGz, he has to make a decision. Does he all in? Does he cut workers here and now at 3-base saturation, and does he try to break Astrea, or do we drone up further, up to 80+ workers, and tech up into Lurkers, and into Hive Tech? So what's it going to be? So far, we are lacking workers. Hydras are on the way. We are getting a Baneliness as well. So currently, Ling Bane Hydra is a combination of choice. At the same time, Ling Rumbai is attempted. Lings are dealt with. Lings, they do try to get on top of the soldiers as well. So far, nice kiting. Oracle is in position, and Astrea defense. Astrea, he defends nicely. Meanwhile, we have 7 more drones on the way, so eGGz, it looks like he is going to saturate his own 4th. I will say this is a little bit late. Late saturation. A lot of Lings are being thrown away as well. And eGGz is in a rough position. The problem here is that, okay, if eGGz is going to drone up his 4th, we're the Lurkers, right? Like, if we're droning, if we're getting into a longer game, then we will need Lurkers to survive this. Baneling speed, it's not even halfway done. We're building up Ling Bane, but here comes Astrea, here comes Storm. Wait, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Sorry, he skipped Storm. Okay. No Storm whatsoever. We're going in with slow lots? Yeah, slow lots are whirling in, Archons as well. I mean, this is a brutal timing because, again, eGGz is not ready for this. Banelings, they will crash in. Decent connections. Charge is just about to finish up. And Astrea, he's done it. Astrea, he has done it. He has broken eGGz. There's no Ling Bane, there's no Hydras. I should say there's barely any Hydras. And with that Astrea, he will break through. Again, this was an earlier push and earlier timing pre-Storm, as Storm was never researched. And alas, eGGz, Wasn't quite ready for this. I say that Ling reinforcements are going to be enough to force a recall. Okay. They try to be, I should say. But all this, 18 drones went down. He will lose the mineral line. eGGz, he does survive. He survives, but he takes critical damage. And Astrea, he may just try to keep pushing. It's going to be 19 more dead drones. Astrea, he falls back, and now would be the time to research Storm. Now would be the time. But overall, I mean, Astrea, he's still in a committing position. Like, I'm talking about him, like, taking up and researching, but the reality is he doesn't need to. Like, the reality is, like, he can just commit again. With enough Bailings, eGGz, he can hold. He can try. They drop in. Brutal damage. They trade well against the Bailings. They get 10 more drones. So warp in here in towards the natural base. Main army into the 4th. And eGGz just cannot keep up. He cannot keep up with this. Does go for a massive Ling run by though. Lings, they get into the bases. Astrea pulls away. GG. GG gets called. There's just too much to handle. And Astrea, he will take game number 1. He'll take a lead in the series. GG. Astrea takes the lead, and again, eGGz, he just had a really brutal start. He had, I would say, a shaky mid game, very shaky. He lost a lot of drones. He lost a lot of workers in the mid game, and that led into a shaky kind of mid to late game where he was stuck trying to get into Bailing speed, trying to drone up his 4th base, trying to take up into Ling Bane Hydra, but he was caught mid transition because of all the earlier losses, and yeah, just a bit of a shaky game there from eGGz. GG. GG well played. Again, Astrea, he also went for a bit of an earlier move out than we're used to, just because he did skip his Storm. He went into, I mean, he even pushed with slow lots, if you remember. A charge finished up in the middle of the fight. Like, that's how kind of early the push was. And eGGz didn't see it coming. Didn't quite see it coming. And here we go. Now we're getting into game number 2. And we'll see where our players do take us. We'll see if eGGz can bring it back. As game 2 is going to be on Persephone. Also, I'll try to fix up my account. Okay, we're good. We're good to go. Catching up with chat. Pleasure's always. The ice guy. Also, for those that are curious, this for today's broadcast, no bunny cam, as they're in bed at the moment. I don't want to bother them. It is quite late here in Australia. It is almost 5 a.m. in the morning. It's 5 a.m. At our regular scheduled broadcasting times, I should be able to show them off. For now, though, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the pink Protoss player, the pink Protoss, the American Protoss. It is Astrea. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Colombian Zerg player, the blue Zerg. It is eGGz. El huevito. Go. Settling into game number 2, and once again the pressure is going to be on eGGz to tighten up his play and to get into the mid game. Once again, like eGGz, unfortunately his early to mid game was very shaky. Astrea was able to deal a lot of damage and lead up to it. It also felt like eGGz was a little bit indecisive as well. I did mention that like he had a choice to make when he was getting his 4th. Like, does he drone, does he all in? And he delayed his drones but still droned regardless, right? He went for delayed droning, he went for a committed Ling aggression. The Lings didn't really get any damage done, which means he fell behind because he could have been droning that entire time. So late drones, late tech, like was that? It's messy, man, messy. Again, we'll see if we can recover. Hopefully El Gato's okay. El Gatito. Por favor. As Astrea is just being as annoying as possible. Is actually forcing some lost mining time as well. Okay. Oh no! Ah! You can see the drones bouncing around. Oh god. So yeah, finally the drone gets sent out to attack. But there was some inefficient mining there for eggs. Not the biggest of deals, but it's something that did occur. For those that are curious how that works, basically in StarCraft, only 2 workers can ever mine from a mineral patch. And that's just blanket across the board, which means if your opponent's worker goes in and starts to mine a patch, then your own worker that's meant to be there gets bounced away, right? Because they can no longer mine from that patch, as there's technically another worker mining. So Astrea is just being as annoying as possible, going back and forth between the patches and bouncing a bunch of workers around. As we have Astrea going for a Stargate. So once again, Stargate opener out of our Protoss. Meanwhile, that is a fast lair. We stated, okay, stated in gas, we have an insanely fast lair here out of eggs, going Ling speed into fast lair. This feels like a Ling Queen Nidus all in. It's either going to be Nidus all in or it's going to be Dropper Lords. So it's going to be one or the other. I'm assuming Nidus just because, I mean, Dropper Lords are kind of in position. Oh, are we okay? No, no, huevito! Eggs! I was gonna say the cat bit the but he bit the cable, man. Yo, no. Not like this. El gatito. Hopefully everything's okay. We weren't getting any, like, lag issues earlier or anything like that, but, yeah, it's, you know, LATAM internet. It happens, it happens. Not like this. El gatito. No. Not like this. But we can always resume. We can always resume, and it'll be pretty important as well, right? Because this is a really important moment for eggs, because he's going for an all-in, right? He's going for the all-in, and so far, I believe it's unscouted. I believe Astrea has yet to confirm the lair. Sip ship. Greetings from Germany. Greetings. Dankeschön. Buenos dias. Hope you've been having a great day, great evening. I believe it's getting a little bit later over in Europa. Ay, papi. We're having fun. Yeah, there it is. We do have a lag out, so we are going to be resuming from replay, of course. Thankfully, it doesn't look like the pause itself or the disconnect itself really impacted like any kind of interaction. Like there was no like major engagement or clash going on. Ay. But yeah, looks like we're going to be waiting for eGGz to return. And hopefully he does return. I mean, technically, like, there could be... I was talking about internets, of course, but we could be seeing, for example, like, the power went out, like, in the complex building. Like, sometimes that does happen. True, true. Whether it's power-related, electricity-related, internet-related. So hopefully everything's okay. Otherwise, I guess we're going to be going on a short break. I know. As the other thing we can do, I guess, in the interim is we can have a look at the bracket. True, true. Have a look at the bracket together here. So exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. The group stage is round robin, so everyone plays against everyone, and there's a lot of matches. There's a lot of matches going on here. We have Astrea, Trigger, Dolan, Cham, Master, SpeCial, eGGz, and Foxer. Oh boy, that's a lot of players facing off, and I believe currently, I think the first round is still underway. I think they're still ongoing. At least currently. Cham is playing against Dolan. We have Trigger versus Master, eGGz versus Astrea, and SpeCial versus Foxer. Of course, the mainstream, they have their series that they're going to be covering. We have ours. So hopefully everything's okay. Looks like eGGz is back. Let's go, let's go. He's back. El Huevito. He has returned. Not sure where he is, but we're having massive thunderstorms here in the Midwest. eGGz is in Colombia. He's in Colombia. I don't think it's related, but in Colombia. Oh, sorry. Technically, I say he's in Colombia. I believe he's still living in Chile. He's from Colombia, but he went to Chile for studies. I don't know if he finished his studies or not. So he might still be in Chile. But that's why back in the day, if you remember, for a bunch of Chilean tournaments, eGGz was allowed to compete in them because he was living in Chile at the time. But here we go. Here we go. We're going to be loading back into game number 2. Again, we have eGGz. He has returned to us. We also have a bunch of the other casters joining us as well, as it looks like the other first round match has concluded, and we should be able to get back into Persephone. As a reminder, the openers were relatively standard, but eGGz, he was continuing to mine gas, and as a result, that is leading into... That's what's happening? What? Oh no. Astrea didn't resume properly. Oh no. Oh god. Okay. Okay. God. Alright, we're back. We're back. We're good to go. Lair, sorry, Lair's on the way. Quickly checking here, Astrea, he has yet to confirm. So this is what's important. So again, Eggs, he stayed in gas. He's going into a fast Lair. In my mind, this is going to be a Link Queen Nidus all in. That's why we were paying attention to the Overlords. We have an Overlord here on the right-hand side. We have an Overlord going in towards the left-hand side as well. So Overlords are getting in position, and we are getting ready for the Nidus. I'm assuming Nidus just because, I mean, technically this could be Dropperlords. We could morph in Dropperlords as well. It's going to be one or the other. As you can see, the Overlord intentionally moving towards the edge. And Astrea has yet to confirm. Astrea, he's yet to confirm. Lings are moving out. Bailing Nest? Oh, okay. Okay, so it is Drop Lord. So it's going to be a Drop Lord all in instead. With a Bailing Nest follow-up. Interesting. Oracle spending its energy. Energy is being spent. Lings, they do try to bust in. Nice re-wall there from Astrea. Very nice wall off. Oh, that's a kill. That's a kill, not a cancel. Link's gonna be zoned away at the same time, drop into the main, but Adepts are in position, so is another Oracle, then Astrea, he reads as well. Yeah, he reads as well, he shuts us down. Lings, they do get one Adept. They can maybe slip into the natural. Nah, not quite. Yeah, they don't quite slip in. We have Banelings morphing into the main, okay. Banelings are morphing in. Can Eggs get damage done? He's waddling. He's waddling down into the natural. Eggs does pull the boys. Ooh, going for the pylon. Okay, bust in. No shot. XTP breaks through. Breaks through the wall. Heads into the mineral lines. And the Oracles, where are they? The Oracles have to rotate back around. Yeah, out of position. Oh, we have the one Bailing. The Bailing. Get in there. We connect. Probes are going down. Eggs, he's breaking through. Getting damage done. 23, 24 probe kills. And is this enough? Is this becoming enough damage here? Oh, the micro. He picks up, he drops again. And I mean, hey, this is becoming critical damage here. 31 probes. 33. Again, it was a messy defense here from Astrea. I mean, initially he was defending well, but he did not react to the Banelings. Did not shut them down. And XC just continues with the all-in. The all-in continues. Let's go. Kills the gateway. Sorry, the gateway does survive, but he should be able to focus it down. As the gateway is very low. Banelings, they crash in. They break through. They break through, they get on top of the sentry. Oracles, they're out of energy. I mean, technically, this is the nerf that's coming into play. Remember, the NG overcharge was nerfed by 50%, which means the Oracles, they've had less energy this game to defend compared to, say, a month ago. So less energy, less effectiveness. And GG. GG. Eggs ties up the series 1-1. Let's go. GG, well played. For those who are unaware, in the latest patch, of course, NG overcharge was nerfed, was reduced, and instead of giving 100 energy, it does give 50. So it does give less energy than it once did. As a result, things like NG overcharging Oracles, they do provide less energy than they used to. So defensive Oracles, or just in general, like, it is weaker, so you have less energy to work with, and with that GG. With that GG, well played. The Oracles, they ran out of energy, and Astrea, he could not pull off that defense. Now, to be fair, he could have pulled off the defense. He could have made this work, of course, if only he was able to shut down those initial Banelings, right? The Banelings, they were able to morph in, and it was thanks to the Banelings that Eggs was able to break through that natural. Without them, it would have been a different game, different setup. But regardless, here we go. We're getting into game number 3. Oh, yo, we got the Eggs in the chat. Let's go. El huevito. So we are getting into game number 3. Jumping into game 3. Jumping into the Ace match. And here we're going to be loading into a much larger map in the map pool. We'll see if Eggs goes for another all-in, if he plays out a standard game. I do favor Astrea in a more standard setup here, but we'll see. We'll see how aggressive Eggs is going to be. Let's go. As we are getting into the ace matches, we're getting into game 3 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Magnatha, we have the American Protoss player. We have the pink Protoss. It is Astrea. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Colombian Zerg player. We have the red Zerg. It is eGGz. El huevito. Here we go. So we're getting into the ace match here. And again, eGGz, he was able to pull off the all-in. He was able to get the Banelings morphed into the main base and be able to make use of them to break down that front door. And with that, he just snowballed out of control. He crippled the economy. Astrea, he could not defend. He had oracles, yes, but they couldn't do anything. He was out of energy. Couldn't do anything. GG. And with that, we now found ourselves in the ace match. And we'll keep an eye on eGGz. We could be seeing something a little bit different. Like, I'm leaning towards a 3-base all-in for sure. 3-base all-in, Nidus play, also going to be viable. German Taxi, true, is also an option. Show us what you got. We have our hatch gas full, standard opener out of eGGz. So far, everything's looking normal. We should be seeing a Stargate out of Astrea. He is one to mix things up as well. Like, Astrea, he's not the most standard of players. I will say he thrives in the late game. He has some of the best late game in the world when it comes to PvZ and PvT, and even PvP as well. But he doesn't always work to get there. That's not always his goal. Oh, that's right. Beautiful. Ah, the counter spray. eGGz, he just wants love, baby. Less than 3. Speaking of, yep, there it is, Twilight Council. So, we did mention how Astrea, he's not the most standard of players. He can be quirky in his own way, and he's going for a Twilight Council back at home, a hyper-aggression. We're leaning more towards Glaive Adepts here. We'll see if he does pull out. If he pulls out a gas, then we could see Glaives. If he stays in, then we could be seeing a Dark Shrine instead. As you can see, he does pull one out. Here comes the second, and this is looking like 4-gate Glaive Adepts. As you can see here, we have 2 and 2. So only 4 workers mining gas. That is indicative of Glaives. The Overlord pokes in. The Overlord confirms that there's some weird tech going on. Gets eyes to the Twilight Council, the gateways. That's confirmed. There you go. Glaives have begun. True. Ah, no. 4 gates in the chat and in game. Oh no. As you can see here, there we go. We have 4 gateways in total. Technically, Astrea could pull back in a gas. If he pulls back in, then you can afford up to 6 gateways. But with only 4 mining gas, then 4 is the way to go. And from here, you can expand. This is not an all-in. I should emphasize that as well. This is not an all-in. It is designed to get damage done. It is designed to cripple, but you can expand behind it. Just a very aggressive build. Back at home, eGGz needs to work on some city. Got the Roach Warren. We are stopping at 29 drones. This is a very low drone count that we're staying at. Oh. Yeah, eGGz, after this defense, assuming he doesn't take many losses, like, he's going to be in a brutal position. He might just have to respond with an all-in. With a counter all-in, I mean. Again, we're on 29 workers. That's not a lot of workers. Depths have arrived. Glaives is almost done. And again, the goal for Egg should be to just shut this down hard and then counterattack immediately. There's no economy behind this. Like, we are stopping on a very low drone count. They try to go into the Ravager. They shade into the main. Yeah, shade is complete. They get into the middle line. Drones do pull away in time. Lings, they don't quite get this around. Yeah, better engage for Astrea. Ooh, Lings are being thrown away. Shade's back. Yeah, Shade's back. Some adepts do get caught. Remember, behind this, Astrea is expanding. It's getting a third. And Astrea is being cleaned up. It doesn't get many worker kills, but Eggs doesn't really have many here. That's the problem. Like, Astrea, he kills what? He kills 2 drones. But Eggs, he's down to 30 workers, and he's re-droning. Oh, God. So Eggs is behind. Eggs is behind. He didn't lose many workers, but the trades were still brutal here, and Astrea is still in a better position. Prism gets thrown away. Oh, no! The Prism does get away. That shouldn't have happened. Prism pulls out. Lings, they have to deny the third. They have to do something. Oh, they won't get it. Yeah, they will not get it. Too little, too late. The third is getting up. Astrea still maintains a greater economy. Astrea taking into Immortals, and we'll see where Eggs takes us from here. So far, it's still redroning, taking gases, getting into Ling Bane or Ravager. It's going to be a tough road to recovery here for Eggs. It's not going to be easy, especially considering that Astrea, he's not stopping. Jesus, he's already moving out. Wants those Ravagers. Gets 1, gets 2. 2 Ravagers and the Queen. Brutal pickups. Kite's back. He's still trading well, and Eggs, he's just trading water here. Astrea could just keep pushing. We do come in for the surround. Oh, it doesn't quite surround though. Adepts, they do shade in. They could take over the ramp. Just kiting back. It kites back and it gets 10 workers. Adept aggression continues. Yeah, getting 14 drones. And again, Astrea's just been very comfortable since the beginning of the game. Link is finishing up. We have a massive gateway explosion. Eggs still far behind economically. You can see here, Eggs, he has 47 drones to the 74 probes of Astrea. That is insane. Oh my god. Astrea has a booming economy. He's actually oversaturated. Like, that's how many probes he has. He has 25 probes here at his natural. And again, from here, he can have fun. Colossus on the way with the Bay. We could go into Disruptors if he so chose to. Do whatever he wants. And again, this all just came down to Eggs cutting workers too soon. He just cut workers far too soon. And it meant that even though he didn't lose many workers to the first wave of Glaive Adepts, he still fell behind. He still fell far behind. Banelings here waddle in. Eggs in position. Banelings they should not be able to break through. Yeah, it takes what, 11 Banelings to kill a Stalker? Like it's takes a lot to bring down the Stalker. Straight he defends well. Likewise engaging, picking up the Banelings. Building up to 4 Immortals. Miri just playing City. He smells on the water. GG gets called. Astrea's snowball's out of control, and Astrea will take the series 2-1. GG. Whew. GG. Well played. Oh. GG, well played. Congratulations here as Astrea does claim the series, does advance, or does claim the first win here, his first win in round 1. And now we're getting ready for round number 2. Again, eGGz, he had a really shaky defense, unfortunately, when it came to the initial round, when it came to the initial defense of the 4-gate glaives, just because he got workers at 29. He got workers so early at 29, so even though he didn't lose many workers, he just didn't have any to begin with anyway, and he just fell further and further behind as he was just down in economy, down in workers, and things just went from bad to worse there for eGGz. GG. GG, well played. With that, Astrea does claim the first win, and we'll see if he can keep that ball rolling, because up next we do have Astrea versus El Chamaco. The PvZs continue, as this time Chem is stepping into the ring. Chem, of course, I would say is the best Zerg player in all of Latino America, definitely up there alongside Eric. So Eric and Chem, they're top 2. Hard to say which one is better than the other, depending on the current era of StarCraft. To be fair, right now, Eric, he is on hiatus. He's on break, so Chem has taken that #1 spot, and we'll see how Chem compares to Astrea. Let's go. Let us go. So the PvZs do continue. For now, Vitas are underway. So we're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we'll have the next series. When it comes to the other streams, I believe the main stream is going to be casting SpeCial. I believe SpeCial versus eGGz is going to be over on the main stream. And we have some other round 1 matches going on as well. It's going to be Astrea versus Dolan and Foxer versus Master. For now, though, we're going to be going on a break, and when we come back, we'll have our next series. See you soon. See you soon after the break. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, I hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OOC as we returned. We returned with the second round of the group stage of day one here of the eGGz Safe House number 2. We are jumping into our second series, and we have once again another PvZ. And spawning in the bottom hand corner of ley lines, we have the pink Protoss player. We have the American Protoss. It is Astrea. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Mexican Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg for eGGz Esports. It is Cham. El Chamaco. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Let's go. Let us go. Astrea, he just came out on top against eGGz, did go all the way to the ace match. It was a little bit of a back and forth, but Cham, he steps up as the best Zerg player in all of Latino America. Cham, he had a crazy performance in last season's OSC mid-season playoff at the start of the year, if you remember. Cham taking on players like Bunny, going toe-to-toe with Showtime as well. If Cham can actually bring Showtime to his knees, then I feel like he can take it to Astrea as well. But that was a couple of months ago. True, that was like 2 months ago. So 2 months ago, it's been quite some time. It's been a while. So Cham, has he been keeping up with his play, with his practice? Can he take it to Astrea here? I can see this going to the ace match, and I can see this going either way. I still lean a little bit more towards Astrea overall, but I can 100% see Cham bringing him down here, and I can even see them both making it all the way to the playoffs as well, to tomorrow's broadcast. We'll see if they can. See if they can make it. For now, hatch gas full, standard opener out of Cham. Meanwhile, across the map, we do have Astrea also going for a standard opener as well. A gate expand into... Oh. 2 gate. Okay. Second gateway delayed Cybercore. I say delayed Cybercore. Second gateway here. So 2 gate opener out of Astrea. This is a much more aggressive start. Much more aggressive. Now going for the Cybercore. Now with a 2 gate opener, what does this mean? This means that we have a big power spike with 2 and then 4 adepts. So early adept aggression here for Astrea. This will be delaying the tech. It will delay the Stargates or the attempted tech of choice with its Stargate or Twilight Council. But a much more aggressive start. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, from here, as we did mention, we have the double chrono. Double chrono, we have 2 adepts already on the way. So again, with the 2 gate opener, we have 2 adepts, and we have the 3rd and 4th adept thereafter. And we'll see if Cham can keep up. Cham, he did scouts, he knows. Yeah, he scouts, he knows, he's fully aware. Link production has begun. Queens are amassing as well, so Cham, he knows what's coming his way, and he's getting ready. He's getting ready back at home. You're all animals in the chat. All animals. Here we go. Astrea moves in. Remember, you can one-shot. Let's switch the shape into the main. American one-shot. Lings, they do keep up. They lock down the first 2 adepts. Not bad. And both adepts do get shut down. 2 adepts to 2 drones. That is a better trade for Cham. Nice defense from our Zerg player. So far, so good. And Astrea, he has kind of missed his window of opportunity here. He has more adepts on the way, but he wanted a stronger start. So Cham, he scouts, he reacts well. He moves into delay, and he wants that probe. Ooh, doesn't quite get there though. Gets on top of the adept, the Oracle has arrived, and Astrea, he will save his work, he'll get his 3rd base up and running. But all in all, I do favor Cham so far. As Astrea, he did invest quite heavily here into the early adept aggression. Here we have the next wave, building up to 5. So 5 adepts moving out. This could have been 7. So he lost 2 earlier. Cham, oh, he supply blocked. Now's not the time. Brutal supply block here for Cham. Adepts are moving in. Cham needs those Zerg wings. Adepts, they do shade into the mineral line. They do focus down 1, 2, up to 3 drones. Okay. Sorry, 4. Oh, 4 drones go down. That's quite a bit. Nice pick off here from Astrea. Then he gets into the third. 6 drone kills in total. Picking up a couple more. And we're building up into a standard follow-up going into Blink. So Blink is on the way, Forge with +1, going for a Blink follow-up. Adepts stay race back home to defend the third, and now we're kind of building up into a longer game state. In total, Cham lost 8 workers for 4 Adepts. Again, I would say this has overall just been a slightly better trade for Astrea. Cham taking more gases, and he's actually doubling down, going into Roaches, going for a delayed Evo chamber. Okay, so this could be Roach Ravager into Hydra Lurker. Could just be Roach Hydra. Oh, okay, it's neither. I was curious what all the gas was for. I assumed it was Hydras, but no, it is going to be for the Spire, but it gets scouted. Yeah, Spire is on the way, but the Revelation does see everything in the main. Astrea knows. So Astrea, he knows that mutas are coming. Cham knows that Astrea knows because the Revelation, of course, is very obvious. So Cham, does he let the Spire finish and then go for a Roach all-in? Does he actually make mutas? The mind games. The mind games. Speaking of mind games, Astrea has not made a Phoenix. No Phoenixes from Astrea. He's working towards Archons. Astrea moves out. Nice catch on the Lings. Astrea still posturing. Cham, he's just focusing on cranking out Roaches. Spire is done. And he makes 14 more. Yeah, he commits. Cham is not droning. Cham, he's not droning up his 4th base. He's going for a 3 base all in. A purely Roach Ling. Sorry. Purely Roach Ling Ravager. So it's all or nothing for Cham. And we'll see if he can catch Astrea off guard. Shame he'll lose both Ravagers. Nice pick off that Astrea. So from here, Cham, he keeps on pushing. Again, he has not drawn up at all. No drones as 4th whatsoever. And Cham is about to max. He's about to max out. He's got a 5th base once again just for Larva. Purely for Larva. Getting into the expansion, but he has to break the army. The base doesn't matter. Does get a kill? Yeah, it does. It does get a kill. Kill not a cancel. Storm is complete. Astrea's got Storm. And so far, I mean, he's zoning quite well. Does zone back the army. And time is on Astrea's side, but he's supply blocked. Oh, brutal supply block. 3, 4 pylons on the way. Brutal supply block for Astrea. He cannot warp in. He can't spend his money. And this is Cham's moment. He can go for it. He can go for the kill. There's second Storm. The High Templar go down. There's 0 storms left. Cham, he comes in with the surround. And Cham, he's done it. At this point, he's done it. He is breaking into the 3rd base. Yeah, the Nexus is being targeted down. Reinforcements say delay the main army. As the main army is being held up, down goes the expansion. Here going into the mineral line. Catching out more probes. And Astrea cannot keep up. Not anymore. Not like this. And Astrea just wasn't able to keep up with said all-in. Couldn't save his base. Couldn't save the expansion. I mean, he didn't confirm that the all-in was coming. And it was just brutal. It was just the worst time to get supply blocks. We've all been there, right? We've all been there. You scat an all-in, you see it coming, knocking down your 4th base, you try to warp in, and it's like, supply blocked. Not like this. Again, the stars align for Cham. Ooh, that was not a... Jesus, that was a kill. That's a kill, not a cancel. Nexus goes down for a second time. Ay, ay, ay. You know, a big shout out to Francisco in the chat. God, no, that's another kill. That's the 4th Nexus that's been killed this game. Oh no, Astrea. Rebind the cancel button. Rebind it, papi. Not like this. It's 4 dead bases. But gracias, papi, gracias. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime. We do appreciate it. Francisco. Gracias, gracias. Likewise, shout out to Thorn as well. Thorn at 969 in the chat. Thank you so much for subscribing for 11 months, almost a year of support. Gracias, papi, gracias. As Cham, he's maxed. Cham, he has remaxed. He can just keep going. To be honest, his win condition should just be deny the 4th. Deny the 4th base over and over again. Now, this is becoming a little bit scary. That's a lot of Templar. That's a lot of Storm. That's going to be 6 Templar in total. 6 Storms. There's 2. Raiden's coming from behind. Ooh, and they try to crash in. Yeah, they catch the Templar. Templar go down. A massive pickup. Nice surround by Cham. Cham, he does break the army. Breaks the main army. Resets high Templar counts. Astrea doing what he can. Trying to hold on. And Cham is just rallying. Just rallying across. Behind this hive is done. We have some infestors on the way. Cham, he did decide to drone eventually. After he took his lead. Drone up somewhat. Getting to Spire upgrades. He doesn't need to, but it's just a way to secure himself. To make sure he just doesn't lose his lead. That he has further tech. Yo, do we finally get to see Microbial Shroud? Does it happen? I mean, he's yet to research it, but maybe. This is her out. Ultra Cavern's on the way. Things, they don't have the best trade here. Yeah, they have to back off. At the same time, Zelrama gets caught. Roche is ahead for the mineral lines. Gonna break in. On the Stalkers, not bad. Stalker's getting locked down. Lings, they flood into the main. Lings into the main. Lings into the natural as well. And Astrea, he's helping some copium. The copium is real, papi. Oh no. Astrea, por favor. And then as eGGz gets called, Cham, he will break through, he'll overwhelm, and Cham will take game number 1. GG. GG well played. Again, winding it back, Cham, he went for a big 3-base all-in. He did not drone up his 4th base. He had a 4th and a 5th just for Larva. As a reminder, he had a Spire on the way, which got scouted. He let it finish. He never used it. He never used it. So it was a nice fake out. Essentially, Astrea, I'm sure the reason why he pushed and the reason why he was a little bit more relaxed was because he believed that mutas were on the way, but there were no mutas in sight. Cham mind games came into play instead. He knew that Astrea scouted him. He let it finish, and instead he cut workers, went for the all-in. It was also unfortunate that the all-in lined up with what? With Astrea getting supply blocked. It was a brutal supply block. He threw down 4 pylons. He couldn't warp in, couldn't make anything, couldn't hold, couldn't survive. GG. GG well played. So Cham takes a lead, and we'll see if Cham can close it out. We'll see if Astrea can bounce back. Let's go. Microbial Shroud is a myth. I think I've seen it once. I think I've literally seen it once, and I think it was Ooh, was it Shin versus Nickrat? But like Shin had already won the game. Like he threw down some microbial shrouds in front of his ultras, but the ultras, they just ran through it anyway, and they just like it was just a non-factor. So I don't think I've seen microbial shroud actually impact a game. That hasn't happened yet. But one day we'll see. As we are getting to game number 2. And spawning in the top left-hand corner here of Persephone, we have the American Protoss player. We have the pink Protoss down in the series. We'll see if we can bounce back. It is Astrea. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player. The blue Zerg player representing eGGz Esports from Orlando, Mexico. It is Cham. Leading the series 1-0. Let's go. Let us go. We are settling into our games. Settling into game number 2. And again, Shammy does have that killer instinct where at any moment if he sees weakness, he will cut workers, he will commit to an all-in. Not saying he has to, not at all, but does have the tendency to do so. That's how he's beaten even players like Showtime. Even Showtime has struggled against Cham. Shammy's dangerous. Dangerous, man. So now, hatch gas full. Standard open out of Cham. We'll keep an eye on his saturation. We'll keep an eye on his overall droning. Likewise, this time Astrea going for a gate expand into Cybercore. I should also emphasize that as well. Last game, we saw that Astrea did go for a 2-gate opener to be more aggressive, and initially it didn't really pay off. Eventually, he did kind of get some damage done, but in general, you're hoping for a little bit more when you're going for something so dedicated. This time, standard opener. There's no second gateway. There's no mass adept aggression early on, which we saw out of Astrea in the first game. When a Champion scouting him as a weakness, he'll use it against True. His Spire did get scouted. Didn't even use it. Lured Astrea in. Ooh, as Astrea, he does not go for the Stargate, opening up Twilight Council. So, just like we saw against eGGz, we're assuming this is going to be Glaive Adepts. We're assuming 4-gate Glaives, so we'll keep an eye on the gases. We'll see if he does commit. Otherwise, if he stays in gas, it could be a Dark Shrine opener instead. So, Astrea has options. Speaking of, no longer does he have options, he pulls out. Yeah, he pulls out a gas. With that, we have 2 mining and gas on one gas geyser, another 2 on the other, so 4 mining gas in total, which screams of 4-gate Glaives. So 4-gate Glaive Adepts out of Astrea. We saw that eGGz struggled against this in his series, but that's also because he cut workers very early and he did not follow up with an all-in. So eGGz, he had a bit of a shaky response. Cham should be droning a little bit harder here. Likewise, does he scout the main? Uh-oh. Glaives are on the way. Extra gateways as well. We should be seeing 1 additional gateway to build up into 4. Yep, there it is. 4-gate Glaives. Here we go. And you can see that Chammy's already getting more workers than eGGz. eGGz, he got workers at 29, if you recall. Here, Chammy's running up to 40, which is what you want to be getting up to. You want to be cutting workers between 40 and 45, depending on how greedy you want to be. But around 40 is what you want to be going for. There's Safety Roach Warren. Link production has begun. Lings, they poke in, they scout the Stalker. That's indicative of a Twilight Council. Stalker does survive. More Lings on the way. Cham, he drones up to 40. So he cut workers at 40. He's playing it safe. He's not being too greedy. He's massing up. The only thing that we're missing here is SimCity at the natural, so there's no way to wall up and wall off. SimCity's will bring in 4 adepts at a time. Adepts are moving in. We need those roaches. 7 roaches are on the way. So far, cancels the shade. Astrea is still looking for a way in. It's not a massive warp in. I mean, that's a lot of adepts. Could he just fight head on? Oh, bold move out of Cham. He does go for a counterattack. Cham moves out. Adepts get into the mineral line. They get a couple of drones. But at the same time, he will lose a third base. Massive pickup out of Cham. He wants a third, and he's gonna get it to cancel. Hey, he rebounds. The last game Astrea, he lost his bases. I want to say he lost like 4 or sorry, he lost like 4 or 5 for next side. Slimy cancels. Let's set up shade into the middle line. It's going to be 5-6 drones going down. Brutal damage. Okay. Astrea is making up for his earlier lack of damage. But he's making up for it. Yeah, once again, let's say shade in. Getting 8 in total. This is adding up. This is slowly adding up in damage. Has more adepts into the main. Getting another pair of drones. Oof. That's 12 in total. Ay. Yeah, look at the damage here. For 8 adepts, 17 drones and 28 lings. Astrea has a very nice start to the game. Following this, building up Immortals. Already has 2, soon to be 3. 3 Immortals, more Relay Adepts. And this is going to be a tough hold here for Cham. Not impossible, but it's going to be difficult. Especially without Ravagers. He's building up his Banelings. Astrea is already moving in. Astrea is going for the kill. He knows he has momentum. He knows he's close to breaking Cham. No veins, they force a split. No major connections. Veins don't quite connect. Catch out some of the adepts. Nice zoning there with the Banelings. Astrea force further back. Cham, he's not droning. He'll lose the 4th. He's maxing out with more Ling Bane Roach. Going for a run by. There's a recall. Is he looking? Ooh, does actually very nice recall. Recalls in time. He does fully wall off. I don't think that recall was intentional to defend against the run by, but very nicely timed regardless. Very nicely timed. Cham getting even more. Astrea getting even more drone kills. 25 drones. And Cham is all in. Cham is completely all in, but this time it's a weaker all in for Cham. We've got a wall of shield batteries, wall of pylons. 4 shield batteries on the way. He's rolling in. Looking for those connections. At least get a decent round as well. Not bad. Getting us over the Immortal. Bane's coming from behind. Oh no, the Banelings! Oh, they don't quite connect. But they collapse on the army. Yeah, the army goes down. Nice round on the Immortals. The Immortals do 4, Mineral Line as well, and Cham, he's done it. He has done it. He has broken Astrea. Again, Cham, he had a rocky start here. He lost a lot of workers. He was forced into the all-in, and he shuts down Astrea. Shield barriers are too little too late. There were no force fields, no storm. I mean, again, especially considering there was 0 Ravagers with this fight, with this push, force fields would have been crazy. Sentries would have been insane. But no Addison City. And Chammy's done it. He's doing it. Kills the 3rd. Chammy is running out of steam a little bit here. Running out of Lings, running out of Roaches. Chammy backs up. Backs up, he pulls away, but Chammy's just doubling down, still making more Roaches, more Lings. Is going to be expanding, getting a 4th. Chammy's done crippling damage, but he needs more. Astrea is still hanging on there. Hanging in. Queen. Astrea is trading efficiently, picking up Zerglings, Queens, Roaches whenever he can, but we'll lose 1 Stalker. Every loss hurts how much more. These Roaches are tunneling in. Peeling up into the natural, into the main. Chammy's getting cheeky. There's Zambaru. He gets in. Probes are going down. Astrea's main army getting caught out as well. Let's get the hell out of here. Oof, a brutal flank. Flank on that main army. Meanwhile, Roaches, they just burrow. They tunnel in. Observer gets recalled, and the Observer does defend the natural at least. But Chammy's going for the kill. This time just 1 sentry. Just the 1. And Chammy's done it. He has done it. GG gets called, comes in for the surround, and Cham, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on, claiming the 2nd round. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations, Cham. He will claim the series. He will claim the series. He will take the 2-0. Again, time and time again, different forms of all-in, but we saw in game 1, Cham was able to have a better start and able to embrace a very strong 3-base setup. He had a 4th and 5th base just for Larva. He was able to fake out the Mutas. The Spire got scouted, and Astrea was just not ready for the all-in. Here in game 2, I would say that Astrea had the better start. Astrea, he was able to get a lot of economic damage. He was able to get into bases. He was able to get a lot of drone kills, but he was not ready for what came next, as Cham just accepted his fate. He just doubled down, refused to drone up, went for a massive Ling Bane Roach push, and Astrea got caught out. As we mentioned, he had no sentries, despite the fact that there was 0 Ravagers with the army of Cham. There were no sentries, no force fields. Likewise, the main army was just a little bit lacking. He had some Immortals, but he got surrounded, he got picked off. GG. GG, well played. And with that, congratulations, Cham. He does claim the series, and now we're getting ready for the 3rd round. Getting ready for the 3rd round, we're going to be loading into SpeCial versus Cham. Oh boy. And how have they been performing is my big question. Coming into this, I do favor Cham. I do favor Cham coming into the series. SpeCial has been very inactive. He's been very inactive, very MIA. He recently came back to compete, and we'll see what kind of form he's in. We'll see. But now, exclamation mark, be in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. Let us try to catch up and figure out where we are headed. There we go. We have results coming in. From the top here, we have... Oh, we have the current standings. We have Cham. Cham is at the top of the standings without losing a single series. Cham, he took down Dolan 2-0 earlier, and now, of course, he just took down Astrea. So Cham is at the top of the standings. We have SpeCial Astrea not too far below him. It looks like the third round matches are still yet to be updated, so they're getting there. The bracket is slowly forming, slowly progressing. If you're curious what the third round matches are, for the third round we have Astrea versus Dolan. So Astrea is going up against Dolan. We have Foxer versus Master. We have Trigger versus Eggs, and we have Cham versus SpeCial. And again, Cham and SpeCial will be on this channel. Juanito versus Chamaco. So Vidas are underway. And when we come back, we'll have SpeCial and Cham. And once again, if you want to check out the main stream that is over on ZombieGub's channel. What are they casting at the moment? Let's have a look. Where we have Chicken Man, Steadfast, and Ravi. Ooh. All casting together. Do love to see it. Cool. So we have our Vetoes, sorry, just a little bit distracted. We have Vetoes. So looks like game one is going to be on Ley Lines, followed by Tokamak and Pylon. Beautiful. Ley Lines, Tokamak, and Pylon. Just writing it down so so we don't forget. Beautiful. Gotta admit, I wasn't expecting Cham to take a game off of Astrea, not to mention the whole series. It sounds like you might not have tuned into the Showtime matches, but I was mentioning it earlier. Cham, he had, I want to say, 2 series versus Showtime like 2 months ago. And Showtime was struggling. Showtime was struggling against Cham against a very, very similar style, where Cham was also going for a lot of decisive plays and decisive all-ins. Cham was very flexible against Showtime, and they had a really intense back and forth. So I do recommend it. I do recommend checking out the VODs of Cham versus Showtime. So if Cham can bring it to Showtime, I could see him bringing it to Astrea as well. I was still expecting an ace match, if you recall. I was still leaning towards Astrea and expecting a game 3. But Cham popping off. Este Cham. Here we go. As it looks like our players, they did need a moment before jumping in. Did need a moment. So we are going to be going on a very short break, and when we come back, we'll have Cham and SpeCial. We'll see you soon. See you soon in a couple of moments. Huh. welcome back. as soon as I switch my scenes, Cham returns. So welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the SSU Safe House group stage, round number 3. Oh boy, Cham just took down Astrea 2-0. Now he's up against Juanito. Now he's up against SpeCial in the 3rd round. I still do lean towards Cham here. Cham, he is a little more in form. He has been a little more active as of late. SpeCial only recently returned after a very long hiatus, and we'll see how they compare to each other. We'll see if we can embrace an ace match as well. As spawning in the right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the Mexican Terran player. We have the blue Terran. Representing Team Gosu, it is SpeCial. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Mexican Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing eGGz Esports. It is Cham. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as SpeCial opens up with what looks to be 2-Rax Reaper. Okay, so going for the low ground setup here. This is either 2-Rax Reaper or Rax into Factory. I know that SpeCial's quite fond of going for that Factory opener as well. One or the other is what we're expecting out of Juanito. Let's go. And based on the fact that he's not moving down with the second SCV, it looks like, yep, Rax into Factory, into low ground wall off. There are some pros and there are some cons to this build that SpeCial is going for. Now, if you haven't seen this before, the plus side here of going for the Factory wall off is that you're able to wall off early on, and that means that your building, your CC, is going to be safe from any early Ling aggression. That is true. The downside is that your production is exposed. What this means is that if Cham were to go for a Roach all-in, if you were to go for an early, like 2.5 base, kind of like Roach all-in, Roach aggression, it does mean that the production is going to be exposed because your Rax and your Factory are on the low ground. That means that if the low ground is broken, everything is broken. You don't have your production safely on the high ground here in the main. So that is the one big downside of going for this. Likewise, it's going to be Factory before CC, so it's going to be delayed command center in favor of the faster Factory, so delayed economy as well for SpeCial. Delayed economy, exposed production. Cham goes in with the Overlord, and Cham will confirm the Factory, so he knows. He's aware of the earlier Factory. Cham is droning. Cham is claiming his own 3rd base. And we'll see if Cham does indeed open up roaches. Cham, he even confirms that the CC is late. I wish he goes to the Factory. He's already made aware. SpeCial's going to be zoned away. To the main. Cham's out of position. Where's the Queen? Yeah, no Queen's in position. Links as well. Reaper stage 9 mining. Nice moves here by SpeCial. But Cham doesn't lose anything yet. No major losses outside of the Zerglings. Oh, meanwhile, big shout to Sunny C stream in the chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for resubscribing for 3 months. Thank you. Do appreciate the support. Hellion is a natural. Drone's going to be going down. Drones are getting roasted. And Cham has late reaction. Yeah, he does not react. Oof. 4 drone kills. Getting up to 5 workers. Aye. That should not have happened. 5 drones go down. SpeCial does take an economic lead. And SpeCial is going for an early drop. Interesting. So Cyclone into Medevac into early drop. This is a bit of a kitchen sink build here. It's a little bit of everything. Reaper, Hellion, Marine, Cyclone, Medevac. Looks like it's meant to try to catch Cham off guard. Cham is yet to confirm. As the Overlord is gonna fall. Oh no, just barely will. Barely will not. Overlord does pull away. But SpeCial, he wants that Overlord. He wants it. And Sham is droning. Sham, because of the early damage, is still just re-droning. He has not teched up. Behind this special, going into Cloak Banshees, so we do have a third CC on the way. He's building up into a longer game. And I'm a little bit surprised that Sham is not actually teched. He's still just focusing on defense, droning, making more queens. Has a very late lair as a result. He's still on hashtag. Sham, he might just be overwhelmed here. Yeah, he'll lose one. He may lose both queens. Yeah, both queens go down. And Sham doesn't have anything. He's gonna lose another queen. I mean, there's nothing. There's just nothing here. 3 queens go down. And even though the special is expanding, special's getting a third base, he may just snowball from here. This is a 5:30 lair timing. Very late lair here for Sham. There we go. We have 20 Lings on the way. Coming in first round as well. Sham, he will hold. Oh, the micro. The pickup. Sham, he does hold. He does survive. But again, it still feels like a really shaky start for Sham. Just because all the tech is so delayed. Now we're taking gases. Now we're getting the lair. From here, we can... he's taking all 6 gases. Jesus. Are we going to mutas? 6 gases on the way, but it's a late lair. But there's no Baneliness, no Roach Warren. It has to be Muta, right? If not Muta, we're going Ling into Infestor into Ultra. Yeah, there it is. Muta's on the way. So again, the reason why we expected this is there's no Baneliness, no Roach Warren. There's nothing. This is really risky, and because we're skipping so much tech, there's a big window. There's a big window in time where Sham is vulnerable. Where Sham would just topple over against a push. Against the stim timing. And Special is pushing. Now, is this too soon? Special, I feel like he could do with just pulling back, building up his forces, building up a wave of bio, and then moving out. This feels a little bit premature. But it looks like he will force a cancel. Never mind. Does cancel the base. Lings, they went for a counterattack instead. They do hit the mineral line. Oh. SCVs are going down. But at the same time, queens are falling. Still brutal losses here for Sham. Takes on the Cyclone, gets on the Marines. Not bad. Again, this army, just the size isn't there. The quantity isn't there. And especially he loses 16 SCVs across the map. This should not have happened. Yeah, this should not have happened. Again, Special, he moved out too soon. He lost the army. He had nothing at home to defend. He'll lose 19 workers. And Sham, he's back in this. Wow. Yeah, Shammy punishes Special. Special gets punished. Mutas are on the way. Special, he has no pressure now. He's stuck at home. Now he has to build up from scratch. And that window where Sham was vulnerable, it's closed. At this point, it's still kind of open, I will say, but it is closing. Special going for biomech? No, just biotank. Just biotank of the special. Just one factory. The initial opener just had a cyclone alongside it with a lower Hellion count. As soon as they make their way into the bases. Turrets are not yet ready. SCVs are going to be going down. Not bad. Making 3, 4, 5 SCV kills. And this is keeping Special busy. And Special, he's becoming all in. Like he's committing with everything. And that's a lot of Marines. That's a lot of bio. Bathing run by is being set up. Shammy has to slow this down. He's building up as much as he can. It's still a terrifying army. He goes in. The tanks are on siege. Yeah, tanks are getting caught. Getting one. Both tanks are going to be going down. And Sham holds. Wow, Sham, he does hold. Did F2 a little bit, so the Banelings, they raced back home. So no run by, no counterattack. But now there are no defensive tanks. Sham collapsing the army. Oh my god. Brutal connections. And And once again, SpeCial, he will lose his third base mineral line. As every SCV goes down. And again, SpeCial, he had momentum, he just overextended, right? He just pushed out too soon. It meant that he had nothing at home to defend. He didn't have to push as early as he did. He just got too excited. Oh, nice catch. Getting 2 meters. 2 meters go down. Banshee gets shot down though. Cham likes to keep the window cracked for fresh air. Ah, true. Let's go. Yeah, and again, especially he's kind of lost all the momentum he previously had. He's lost just far too many workers. Enough time has passed with Cham. He can very comfortably defend against this. So there's plenty of Ling Bane. Mutas are going to be thrown away, so not the best engage with the Mutas. But the Banelings do zone. And SpeCial is being chased down. Paul getting chased. Oh, once again, Chammy peels off into the mineral line. Crashes in, takes down 13 more SCVs. Look up, Jesus. As Cham, he does overextend. Brings out those Banelings. Cham pulling back. He does need to morph in more Banelings soon. Here they come. The Banelings, they are a little bit late. Oh. Cham is gonna be careful. Jesus. Banelings are finishing up. I mean, SpeCial, he still has the potential with this push. Still has a massive army. And Cham, has he bled out too much? And once again, Lings are getting across the map. Cham picks up more Marines. Collapsing once again. Going for the main army. And there's just not that much bio left. I say that. With reinforcements, SpeCial, he can do this. He can pull this off. We need Banelings. We need more Banelings. SpeCial, he kills the base, kills the expansion. He's still rallying across the map. SpeCial, he can end this. He's close. And nice target firing. Very nice target firing of the SpeCial. Once again, focus down the Banelings and the Mutas are left, and SpeCial he's done a GG gets called. He breaks through the Mutas, and SpeCial will take game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Both players losing a little momentum here. Initially, SpeCial had a really strong start. He had a very strong start, sniping queens, drones, lings, denying bases as well. And SpeCial did lose that lead once Cham was able to collapse on the army, pick him apart, get across the map, pick off the entire mineral line as well. SpeCial, he lost that lead, lost that momentum. Likewise, so did Cham. Cham, he was doing a lot of damage. He was wreaking havoc, killing SCVs, collapsing on the main army. But we did mention when he overextended towards the end of the game, towards like the last 5 minutes or so, he did. Oh, I should make the lobby. My apologies. But towards the end of the game, we saw that Cham, he was overextending. He was taking some really rough fights, bleeding out a lot of Ling Bane. And once he bled out too much, I mean, he was overwhelmed. Was overwhelmed. With that, GG, well played. With that, SpeCial does punish. And with that, we're getting into game number 2. That's the downside of going into Ling Bane Muta like this. Is that your army is very fragile. So if you take one too many bad fights, despite having a lead, despite having momentum, you will lose everything here. It's a very fragile composition. GG. GG, well played. here we go. As we're loading into Tokamak. That was Shan's game to lose. Yeah, for sure. Like he had a lead, he had momentum, he just overextended, let out too much Ling Bane. Too much, man. Too much. As the Terran army is much more efficient, you can't afford to throw away that much Ling Bane as well. And now we're getting into game 2 and spawning in the top right corner of Tokamak. We have the Mexican Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Gosu, leading the series 1-0. It is SpeCial. Once again setting up on the low ground and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner. We have his opponents. We have the Mexican Zerg player, the red Zerg, representing eGGz Esports. It is Shan. Here we go. Now once again, SpeCial has the option here to go for another Rax into double Rax opener to Rax Reaper. He could open up Rax into Factory into delayed CC, which is what he went for in the last game. And we'll see how Cham responds and how he reacts. Once again, welcome to Tokamak. Tokamak is one of the larger maps in the map pool, much more defensive map as well. Because of that, we could see Mutaplay again out of Cham. I'm not too fond of Roach play on Tokamak. I don't know if you can really achieve too much with it. We'll see. Meanwhile, it is once again Rax into Factory. We have the SpeCial opener. Juanito. Hello. What's going on? Are we proxy starport? 1-1-1, one base all in? Okay. So it looks like we are going for the proxy starport here. I believe this is for a medevac to be able to reinforce and drop into the main. If I'm not mistaken. Otherwise, technically, we could be fancy and we could go for a starport into add-on. But that will hit quite late. Regardless, one base all in, delayed CC. We're waiting for the starport. As the factory is almost done. Starport is going to be on the way. Now, based on this location, there is room for an add-on here. I'm still leaning towards medevac. Okay, CC before starport, so we are not going to an all-in. We are expanding. It's a delayed expansion, very delayed. There's that starport. Oh boy. And so far, Cham is unaware. Cham does not Overlord Scout. Ooh, bold move. Ah, that's a very bold move here from Cham. 0 Overlord Scout. So Cham is playing blind. He has no idea what's going on. I mean, he sees the initial Reaper Hellion. It's not medevac, we're going for a Liberator, okay. We're going into Liberator into Fusion Core into BC. No shot. I know that Kimi has played around with that before. My eyes are on this worker. I mean, there's no reason to... Yeah, there we go. Yeah, Fusion Core into BC. We've seen this before. So, Gumio's done this build. SpeCial's done this build as well. So, we're going into Proxy BC. But I will say that I believe that we saw this work against Protoss when Gumiho went for it. SpeCial again, harassing them for a way in. Now, the downside of this Liberator is that it is going to telegraph that if there is a proxy. Nice round with the Lings. So let's catch out the Reapers at the same time. Cham is distracted. Drones are going down. 5 drone kills. Oh, brutal pickups. 5 drones go down. And Cham, he didn't pull back in the gas. You know what that means? That means there's no lair. Yeah, there's no lair. Nice around, it catches out all the Hellions. SpeCial pulls away from the proxy. And there's a bit of a give and take here. So obviously SpeCial is just cranking out purely Hellion. Pure Hellion here. At a SpeCial, BCs are on the way. And remember, Cham, he had a really late pull into gas. So his gases are very delayed. Whereas typically we would have like a 4:30 lair timing. Cham, he's going for a 5:30 lair timing instead. So much later lair, which means late Spire, late anti-air. Like this, it feels like this is almost like a hard counter to Cham's style of just going for a later lair. We saw this in game 1. Oh boy. And here it is, we're at 5:30. Yep, there's a lair timing. So this is the same lair timing that we saw last game. Very late. How many queens? 6, soon to be 7 queens. It's an okay queen count. BC's rolling up. And BC's revealed. Does focus on the queens. Gets one. One queen goes down. Hellions A busts into the mineral line. Getting another queen. That's going to be 2 queen kills. But there's 5 queens left. Oof. The Lings are getting roasted. And Hellions are getting into the mineral lines. And Shammy just cannot keep up. Does try to full wall. Hellions they get in anyway. And drones, they cannot escape here. They cannot get away. Oof. They get roasted. And this is becoming critical damage. Oh, nice cleanup though. Okay. Nice cleanup. Cleans up the Lings. This could have been so much worse. So Yamato's almost done. And these BCs, they should never go down. The reason for this, there's no Spire, right? There's no Spire. Only queens. Behind the SpeCial getting into mech. Here come the Yamatos. Yeah, he gets 1 queen, gets 2, gets 3. 3 queens go down. And remember, there's no Spire, right? There's no Spire, so it's only queen defense. So down to 5 queens. Down to 4. And 4 queens remaining. Down to 3. 3 queens left. Mules ain't coming to repair. Losing another queen, and SpeCial's on it. At this point, SpeCial is on it. He has broken his opponents. Shammy cannot keep up. Roche is up popping out. That's still going to be 14 drone kills. Oof. Getting up to 16. Gets 1 more volley up. And species are still wreaking havoc. And he can just kill the base. At this point, he can just kill the expansion. And there's nothing the champ can do. GG gets called SpeCial. He will take the series 2-0, being the first to bring down Cham. GG. Whew. GG, well played. And again, this build feels almost like specialized to kill Cham, specifically for his build of choice. Like, winding it back, remember Cham, he intentionally has been delaying his lair. He delayed it in game 1, he delayed it here in game 2 as well, so he delayed his lair. Likewise, what was even worse, specifically for this game, was the lack of scouting. We spoke about it. Cham, he decided not to Overlord scout. He kept his first 2 Overlords on his side of the map. He did not scout across the map, so we didn't see how late the expansion was. He didn't see that there was no starport inside either, and there was no add-on swap. There's so much information that the first Overlord can give you, but he never went across the map. So Cham, he was lacking information, and of course he was also delaying his tech. So delayed tech, no scouting, GG. GG well played, SpeCial. He got away with his build, got away with his shenanigans. And with that, congratulations. Oh. With that, GG, well played. Again, we could have easily seen an ace match though. Like Cham, he was in a really good position in that first game. Cham, he was able to bring it back, but then again overextended. SpeCial did punish. There's a world where we could have seen a game 3, but in the end, SpeCial did pop up. GG, well played. And that is round 4 concluding, and now we're getting ready for round. Sorry, that was round 3 concluding. Now we're getting into round number 4. Let's go. Let us go. Whoever life favors, pick the opposite. Noted. True. I was favoring Cham against SpeCial, and I was favoring Astrea against Cham. True. But I also favored Astrea against eGGz, and Astrea did win that. So, oh no. Here we go. Looks like the Wikipedia page is still updating, so yeah, Wikipedia page is a little bit messy. But we are getting into round number 4. Let's have a look here. So round 4 is going to be, what are we casting? Oh, right, eGGz versus Master. We have SpeCial versus Astrea, Foxer versus Dolan, and Cham versus Trigger. I believe the mainstream is going to be following Trigger, I think. No, sorry, my apologies. It's going to be covering SpeCial. That's it. So SpeCial versus Astrea, that's going to be on the mainstream. We had to make a choice. It was a really tough choice. I had to pick between Cham and Trigger or eGGz and Master. But I didn't want to like follow Cham too much. Like we already casted Cham against Astrea and Cham versus SpeCial, so I didn't want to double down too much. Even though I do think that Cham versus Trigger is going to be a really fun series, I do think it's going to be really good. I did want to give some love to some of the other players, so it was a hard choice to make. It was a hard choice. But I do apologize for Cham fans. Again, I do think that Cham vs Trigger is going to be a really fun series, don't get me wrong, but I did also want to showcase some of the other players in the group. I do think there's also going to be a fun series as well. eGGz and Master. Let's go. Let us go. As I think we have some downtime because I think they're still facing off. Yeah, Master's up against Foxer. Is that on the mainstream? Let's have a look. Yes. So currently Master is up 1-0 versus Foxer, and we're waiting for that series to wrap up, and once they do, then we can follow Master into El Huevito. Into eGGz. So until then, we're on a break. We're going to be going on a short break here. So with that, take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and when we return, we will have eGGz and Master facing off. See you soon after the break. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Who hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OC, that break. As we've returned here with the 4th round of the tournament. We've returned with our best of 3 ZVP. Let's go. Let us go. We did have the option to jump into Chan versus Trigger, but we have decided to instead showcase some of the other players, of course, in the group. We're jumping into a ZVP, and this morning in the bottom left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the Brazilian Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss. Representing Team Hellfire, it is Master. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the pink Zerg player, the land of Colombia, it is eGGz. El Huevito. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Oh, my apologies, as it looks like I did not close the previous Gamba. Un momento. Un momento. Here we go. Bam. Beautiful. So there we go. If you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck as we jump into our PvZ. Coming into this, I lean towards Master here just because eGGz has been a little bit more MIA. He's been a little bit less active in recent times. But we'll see. We'll see. I would love to see eGGz bring it to Master. Master, of course, he is the best Protoss player in all of Brazil. Arguably in all of Latin America. I know that Mute has something to say about that. Mute is a Peruvian Protoss, and he, alongside Master, the top two Protoss players in Latin America. You can make an argument for either one being over the other. I do think that Mute has had some better accolades. He's had some better results in Open Cups. The problem is that Master doesn't play in them. Master does not play in Open Cups, so we have not seen Master as often play against the Koreans and play against the Europeans. So there's a little bit less data to kind of go off of on how Master compares to the rest of the international scene. Regardless, when it comes to Latin America, again, he's on top. And we'll see if eGGz can bring him down. For now, standard opener. Hatch gas pool, standard open out of eGGz. Meanwhile, Master himself going for his own setup as well. Gate expand into Cybercore. So far, so good. Alright, no, oh, sorry. Should fix up our in-game name as well. Bam, beautiful. Good. So far, we do have a Stargate open out of Master. Again, we do expect to see standard play out of Master. Nothing crazy, nothing fancy. Opening up with his Stargate. And our eyes are on eGGz. We've already seen some aggressive builds out of eGGz in the past. Here he stays. Oh, he stays in. Okay, already. He does stay in gas. By staying in gas, that does mean that he can rush into an early lair. If we go for the early lair, and our eyes are on this hatchery here. Yep, there it is. Early lair timing at 250. We're leaning towards either a Link Queen Nidus all-in or a Drop Lord all-in. The eyes are on this Overlord, as the Overlord does have access to the main. And we should be going for an all-in. So all-in here out of eGGz. We saw this same build against Astrea. Did work against Astrea. We'll see if we can pull this off against Master. As the upset make their way in. They pick off one Link so far. But no scouting. Yeah, no scouting to the main base so far. The lair has not been seen. So far, Master's in the dark, and here come the Lings. We have 16 Lings on the way. Again, it's all or nothing for eGGz. The Overlord is in position to morph into the Dropper Lord. So again, the Dropper Lords are coming. You can see that eGGz, he stays in gas somewhat, so we can afford a Baneling Nest. Or so you can afford the Dropper Lords as well, true. But no Banelings. Not this time. Just purely Ling. Yeah, just pure Ling Flood. And Epsay do get into the mineral lines. Drone's going to be going down at the same time. That means there's less Epsay can to defend. And the first one should fall. Yeah, nice pick off. No shade. No save on the Adept. Oracle does arrive at the same time we go Lings into the main. And probes are going down. Lings, they keep rallying in. As we mentioned in the Astrea series, the NG overcharge is weaker this patch, so the Oracles are weaker as well. Oh, we're getting a lot of damage here. A lot of Lings are falling. Getting one of the gateways. One of the gateways does go down. We need extra Warpins, we need extra Adepts. But without Banelings this time, I mean, now we have a delayed Baneling Nest. Baneling initials now finishing. And we're morphing in Banelings in the main. Again, cheeky play here by Eggs. Very cheeky. Does get scouted. Master does react. Does he notice? I don't think he does. Yeah, deja vu. Banelings are going for the mineralize. Sorry, they're going for the pylon. The pylon is going to be knocked down. Yeah, knocks down the pylon. Lings, they flood in. And Eggs, has he done it? The Oracles are running out of energy. There's one soul to defend. And Eggs, yeah, he has. He has broken the natural. Again, cheeky build. It worked against Astrea, and it's working here against Master as well. Pulls off the surround. Ooh, there is a shield battery. Okay. Yeah, shield battery in the main. We do see the attempted re-wall. Yeah, wall gets knocked down. And once again, the Oracles, they're just out of energy. They can't keep this up. Oh. Going for another warp in. That is Nartos' pylon. Barely being kept alive. Yeah, but everything gets depowered. No more gateways, no more warp-ins. But we're holding. Okay, Master. Very nice crisis management here. He's holding on. He does re-wall. Oh, God, but there are other ways in. There are other ways in. Things they get dropped off in the main. Banelings are headed for the wall. Very nice force field. Okay. The probes, they defend the main. Force field at the ramp. Oof, Banelings, they crash into the Adept. Yeah, Adept goes down. The Oracle's doing what they can. Banelings are still finding damage. And this still might just be too much. Likewise, Banelings are morphing into the main. They do get focused down, though. That's their Master. Again, pulling off a slightly cleaner defense increment to Astrea. And the Banelings are too low. Yeah, they're too low on HP. They get focused down. And Master's holding. Wow, Master, he's holding. He survives. There's the overcharge. And again, if Eggs does not kill Master here and now, then that's going to be game. There's another overcharge. Wait, there's another pulse beam, I should say. And these are waddling in. Oh, they're getting into the mineral line. Master pulls away. Oh no! Oh, has to tank one. Yeah, tanks a shot. Banelings are popping off. That's a lot of probes falling. This is getting out of hand. 8 probes going down. They try to flood in. God, the SimCity here is so awkward. It's so awkward to move into. Snipes the Cybercore. Another drop into the main. Another drop into the main base. More Banelings morphing in. X doesn't find much damage in the main though. With Banelings, he can try to break down that front door once again, but this time there are sentries, there are force fields. There's one. Oh! Oh my god. Brutal connections. Does barely force field in time, but the Stalkers, they get left out. Yeah, they get locked down in the end. And we can only warp in Zealots. They're not the most efficient units here. They trade. Okay. Master, once again, he's barely holding on with the slow lots. He's holding on. And Eggs behind this has no drones. He has 21 workers. He has no economy. He is completely all in, and he's running out of steam. Like, the all in, it's getting weaker and weaker over time. The Overlord this time is going to be zoned away. Doesn't get into the main. Eggs being forced out to the open. Lings, they get a surround. They surround the Zealots. The Oracles, they can still support. Actually, another pulsar beam. Yeah, GG gets caught again. Eggs, he has run out of steam. And Master, he survives the aggression, he survives the all-in, he takes game number 1. GG. Again, a very chaotic defense here, but a defense nonetheless. Very impressive when he was able to get on top of the Baneling, shut them down. He made use of his mineral line as well to be able to fight against those Lings. And the Banelings, they only really got one major connection. That was at the wall. When they busted down that front door, it happened twice, of course, where he broke through the pylon. Oh. But now we're getting ready for game number 2. Sorry, just making the lobby. Just making the lobby here. ¿A dónde está mi Cosmes? There he is. So we're getting into game 2, and again, GG well played. We saw that that Master was able to pull off that defense, scramble for that defense as well. Shield barriers, they got up and running in time. Nice focus firing on those morphing and Banelings. As you mentioned, we never got any Banelings in the mineral lines. Only once that they barely try to get in, getting a handful of probe kills in the end. Nice defense, and with that, we're getting into game 2, and we'll see if Master can clean it up here and now, or if eGGz can fight back. Let's go. So we're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the top left hand corner of Pylon, we have the pink Zerg player, the Colombian Zerg, down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is eGGz. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player. The red Protoss representing Team Hellfire. It is Master. Low working out with a lot of bases he can macro at any time. That is not true. That is not true. If you recall, you say he has a lot of bases. He had an equivalent base count to his opponent with a lower probe counts. With a lower worker counts. Both players were on 3 bases. We had 3 hatcheries for eGGz. We had 3 Nexi for Master. And eGGz, he failed to break either base. He failed to do economic damage. So choosing to drone from there is... at this level of play, it's just very, very difficult to recover from. If he would have been playing from behind, especially because he spent all of his tech, everything when it came to the all-in, Banelings, the lair, the drop lords as well. So saying he could drone is not necessarily saying that he could like macro out and play a longer game. He would have just been playing from behind. There's a reason why like an all-in is called an all-in. Just because if you fail when it comes to your all-in, if you fail when it comes to your aggression, then you fall behind to the point where you should not be able to recover. There are ways to recover, of course. You can always go for like you can try to go for like a secondary all-in if you have the tech for it, referring to like roach based all-ins where you can just back off and drone up a little bit and then go for a second wave. But with Ling Bane, especially with this kind of setup, it's a little bit different. Here we go. So I do reject the framing that you can like quote unquote like macro at any time. As not the case. But here we go. So we're getting into game 2. Welcome to Pylon. Pylon is known for aggression, is one of the more aggressive maps in the map pool. And this is where all-ins can be favored. Now the reason for this is because 1, the rush distance by ground, 2, how open I should say the third base is, how accessible the third base is, the natural as well. So we have seen a lot of German taxis, for example. A lot of German taxis on Pylon. Here we go. We haven't seen Mute versus Master on a League Lack. I mean, we haven't seen them, period. That's why I brought it up. Like, Mute and Master, they've never played, unfortunately. As I was mentioning, it's because Master does not play in other tournaments outside of... It's very rare for him to play in tournaments outside of the Brazilian scene. I think Master's played like in 2 Pickersword Cups, like maybe 2 at most. But it is unfortunate. I would like to see more of Master like branching out and playing in the Open Cups. Este Master. Safari does pull in, does shade away. Assume they played on the ladder. Maybe. I say maybe just because I know that there are a lot of the pro players, even from Latino America, they prefer to like just ladder on Europe. Maybe. Depending on where they are. Meanwhile, Master does go for a very fast forge. Hello. That is a forge before Twilight Council. You have my attention. The Oracles, they poke in, they do some damage here. Stasis trap into the mineral line. As eGGz is going for the lair first. Lair before Evo Chamber. Indicative that we're not going to a Ling heavy style. Otherwise, we would have already seen an Evo Chamber by now. The faster forge, in my mind, would be for fast +1 into charge. Like this, in my mind, would be a charge timing where we keep an eye on the Twilight Council. This could still be Blink. But, again, very fast +1 into fast +2. Perhaps they move out across the map and show us that first upgrade. It is going to be Blink Stalkers. Okay, so if we're going to be rushing into +1, if we're going into Blink, we'll keep an eye on the gateway count. We could stay on a low base count here, stay up to 3 bases, go into 8 gateways, and go into a 3 base all-in. As one Oracle gets thrown away. Master does overextend. At the same time, they do get into the mineral line. A couple of drones do go down. And our eyes are on the bases, our eyes are on the gateways, our eyes are on the gases. Yeah, 3 more gates on the way. That's going to be 6 in total, and we're looking for 2 more. As Adepts are surrounded, they're going to be shut down. Gases are being taken, which means no all-in. So no all-in with extra gases here, that's indicative that we're taking up in towards some splash damage after the gateway army. I say that. That's a massive gate. That's 5 gates. Okay. We have 5 more gates on the way. That's going to be how many? That's going to be 9 gates in total. Typically, we'd cut the gateways early and then expand, but we're getting up to 9 gateways. Temple Archives on the way. That explains the gases. So we have the gases getting in towards Storm. But Master's delaying his 4th. Master's 4th base is going to be late. In favor of just better production. They do drop into the main, not bad. Shout out to the Dropper Lord. 7 probes, not bad at all. 7 probes go down. Cannons are on the way. Very safe play here at a Master. Specifically, just the fact that he has yet to expand. Has begun. Another link drop into the main. Still no 4th base out of Master, just now on the way. Master does push. We'll force a cancel. Not bad. Now, I was talking about how Master's 4th is late. True. You know what's also late? eGGz's 4th base. eGGz, he does not have a 4th, so this is actually worse for the Zerg player here. For Master to stay on an equivalent base count to the Zerg is perfectly fine. And this is probably actually why Master is staying on 3 bases, is because the 4th base is non-existent for eGGz. So why expand? Storm is on the way. We see mass Hydra massing here for eGGz. It's a lot of Hydras. Another cancel, another denial. Oh, getting it once again. Master backs up. Master pulls away. Again, still no 4th expansion. eGGz commits across the map. Storm is still not yet done. That temple's revealed. eGGz is unaware about the Storm timing. Playing it safe. And eGGz now he's taking up. Hive is on the way. Lurker Den is on the way. Fourth base is still a ways away. Without those extra gases, I mean, he can't really afford too many lurkers. But this is, I would say, kind of a messy game state here for both players. Fourth base is cancelled. Storm is not done. Same time, Eggs coming in from behind. Setting up for a surround. Comes down to the Storms. It's a cancellation. That's the second cancel here from Master. Cells, they distract the army. They force back Eggs, and finally Master can establish his fourth. Now, as we do settle in, who do we favor getting into this kind of game state? I do still favor Master, as we mentioned before, because Eggs' fourth was so delayed. Master could get away with a later fourth base. Now there are 8 lurkers in production. Eggs is now joining up. How many High Templar? Only 4, so not that many Storms. And now that lurkers have hit the field, Eggs he can hold. He can hold, he can defend. Meanwhile, we have a lurker drop into the main. Let's go. Huevito. Lurkers are making their way in. And no detection, period. Okay. So there we go. Revelation. Thankfully, there's a revelation. At the same time, Eggs, he does go straight for the fourth. Master out of position. Fourth base is going to go down. And not just the fourth base, 13 probes as well. Mastery just cannot engage. And Eggs is maxing. Yeah, he's maxing out. Mastery just could never get his fourth up and running. And it's still only 4 High Templar. And Mastery, he has a bank. He has 1,000 gas in the bank. We need more Storms. It dies on the main army. There's a first Storm. Cleans up this force at least, but at the same time Eggs just goes to the counterattack. Master warping in defensive Stalkers. Cybercore goes down, and we're going for a pseudo base trade. Yeah, we're committing across the map. Barely gets a lurker. But it feels like Mastery is falling apart here. Daniel's missing warp-ins. Caught out of position. Was playing overly safe. And Eggs, you can just keep pushing in. You can just keep going, heading into the main. Going to the main base, getting into the forge, getting into the Nexus. And sure, Master is killing a hatchery, but that doesn't really matter. Like Eggs, he still has his natural, his third, his main base up and running. He has lurkers eventually back at home. And Master cannot move in. Yeah, GG gets called. He cannot push in, and Eggs ties up the series. We're going to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. We're going to game 3 here. Again, it was a bit of an awkward game where both players kind of refused to expand here. We saw that Master... Oh, Mastery was stuck on a lower base count that much longer. Ley lines. Okay, sorry, just setting up the lobby. Beautiful. Setting up the lobby. Loading into ley lines for game number 3. But again, it was a really awkward game state where both players were staying on a lower base, kind of lower economy. Eggs, he was able to preserve his Hydras and get into lurker tech. Oh. He was able to get into lurker tech, and Master, he was just stuck on a really weird composition as well, where Master was just missing warp-ins, he was caught out of position, his fourth base was cancelled like 3 different times. You can also argue that the map itself was kind of, you know, working in Eggs' favor there, Master having a hard time with the aggressive nature of Pylon. GG. GG. And hopefully everything's okay with Master. You got caught out of position around the 4th base. He got caught out of position a couple of times. If you recall, we had the Ling drop in the main base, which got 7 probe kills. We got 7 probes in the main. Likewise, if you recall, we did mention how the 4th base was cancelled 3 different times. So it took a while to actually establish the 4th base. That also slowed down Master. Here we go. Beautiful. So we are loading in. So loading into the ace match here. And here we're going to be loading into ley lines. This is going to be a bit of a larger map compared to Pylon. Aggression is not as favored. I will say it's easier to defend and to turtle up on this map. We spoke earlier about the rush distance, about how aggressive you can be. Like, again, Pylon was favoring who would be the aggressor in that last game, which was eGGz. Here, Master should be a little more comfortable, but we'll see what builds we go for. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the Colombian Zerg player. We have the pink Zerg. Oh, tying up the series 1-1, it is eGGz. I'll fix up the colors. Un moment. There we go. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Brazilian Protoss player. We have the red Protoss for Team Hellfire. It is Master. Here we go. If you stay in position at the 4th base, you lose the other bases. That is not necessarily true. It's not about staying in position at the 4th base. It's about being aware of the army movements and being aware of the army rotation. So if the army were to go to the 4th or the 3rd, to be able to keep up with that movement of said army. We're referring specifically to the time when Master was in the center of the map. He was pushing in the center, pushing towards the 4th base as his 4th was hit, and then he had to race back home. Specifically referring to the fact that Master didn't know where eGGz was, right? Didn't know where the main army was. So now we're selling in. So far, just gate expand, standard setup here out of Master. And we'll see if Master goes for the early +1 again. We'll see if eGGz stays on the lower base counts. Show us what you got. Getting across the map. We have yet to really see Master deviate from Stargate play, and once again, Stargate open out of Master, so he's opening up in a standard fashion. Again, I feel like the reason why Master stayed on 3 bases for so long was just because eGGz was doing the same. So we'll see if he gets into a faster economic setup this time, or stronger economic setup. Master, I mean. Does move out. Let's see what we can get done. So far, it gets a tumor. Tumor goes down, Zergling as well, pulls away. Not bad. Bearing in mind the tool-ups can one-shot workers, so it's something that eGGz has to respect, has to keep up with. So far, so good. Master claiming his 3rd, and we'll keep an eye on Master's follow-up the timing of the Twilight Council, the Forge, the upgrades. As he doesn't quite delay the expansion, gets a probe. It's a probe kill, Adepts shade into the mineral line, and getting up to 2 drones. 2 drones go down, Lings are still in production. And this is getting a little bit out of hand as he has 0 economy at the natural. Adepts shade away, 1 drone mining at the natural base. Ay, ay, ay. Brutal damage. And Mastery's not done. Does catch the Zerglings. Lings getting picked off. This time we're going for a faster Twilight Council, and there's no Forge. Yeah, a bit of a delayed Forge here. Part of me feels like maybe it's just Master focusing on his aggression. So his build behind this is a little bit shaky. Oh, no, never mind. No, it's intentional. I was like, there's no Forge. I wonder if that's what it is. We're going into Glaive Depths. So a Glaive Depths follow up here. That's why there's no Forge. No +1. Going for 4 gateways, and we can afford extra gateways behind this. Now, bearing in mind, this is not all-in. This is not all-in. It is hyper-aggression out of Master. Designed to punish a player that does decide to skip Roaches. As we can see, Roachborn is on the way. So eGGz is playing it safe. He does play it safe. He does have SimCity here as well to fully wall off. eGGz doesn't know what's coming his way, but he's not cutting corners regardless. So eGGz has the tools to defend. But we'll see when he scouts the move out, if at all. As Master is banking up those Adepts. So far he's up to 9. Getting up to 11. Here comes the move out. And eGGz does not see this. Thankfully, he's making 8 Roaches. 8 Roaches are on the way. Drop Lord into the main base as well. Let's take him into the shade. They get into the mineral line. Catching out a couple of drones. 4 drones going down. Roaches are amassing just in time. eGGz, he doesn't wall off though. Oh. Likewise though, Master does not shade. Does cancel. Cancels shade, one of the oracles goes down, and for the most part, eGGz is defending. eGGz he defends, he holds, these Adepts, they were hoping for more damage. Doesn't go in. eGGz defense is decent. Overall speed is on the way. How many queens? 4. Only 4 queens. Are we gonna commit? Like, an overlord speed at this timing is kind of unorthodox. Things are dealt with. But I don't know if I should be reading too much into it. If this was any other player, I'd be like, oh, he's going for like a Roach Queen all-in with like a German tag, like a delayed German taxi. But eGGz might decide to drone. And there it is. 13 more drones on the way. He's droning. Hydrogen's in production as well. eGGz is building up into a longer game. Okay. I mean, eGGz, he's still sustained a lot of damage and he has still a lot of droning to do. And Master, meanwhile, he is not touching Storm. He's now going into the Temple Archives, but if you can see here, he's building up towards an earlier push, a bit of a Soul Train. We have Mass Sentry Immortal, an earlier move out designed to shut down Roach-based armies. eGGz is in trouble. This army is terrifying. We have Adepts for the Zerglings, and of course the Immortals for the Roaches. Let's see if we can lock down the army. Let's do Graze the Immortal. Ravager goes down. Oh. Yeah, locks down the army, gets 1, gets almost 2. So 1. Plus transfuse. But there's just nothing here. Yeah, there's just not enough Roaches. Not enough Roaches, not enough support for the army. Lings that get dealt with. And Master's just going for the kill, going for the throats. Remember, eGGz, he was re-droning instead of building up an army. He was not expecting a follow-up. Not this quickly. And Mastery just snowballs out of control. Did make a series out of it, did go to the ace match, but yeah, last Master, he will take it. The boys are being pulled into Glaive Depths. Oh god. Boys, get out of here. No. As eGGz is making his final stand. Down to 3 roaches. GG gets called, and Master, he will still out of control. He will take the series at 2-1. GG. GG, well played. I'm sure eGGz was expecting Master to be taking up like we expect, right? Getting a 4th base, working towards Storm, probing up as well. But no, Master instead he pushed on 3 bases. He pushed on 3 bases, he warped in sentries, got more immortals. Unfortunately, eGGz was unaware. He was unaware of what was going on. That's why instead he was droning up to what, 71, 73, was droning quite heavily instead of building up his army. GG. GG, well played. And with that, Master does claim the series, does take down El Huevito. GG. GG, well played. And with that, it looks like we are going to be having an extended break here. I believe over on the mainstream, Zonrugub and the rest of the crew are going to be maybe doing some challenges. Like, we've reached that halfway mark. And I think they do have some things planned here. Let me just double check. Yes. Okay, so we just wrapped up the 4th round. Currently, I believe they're going to be having a Cheeto eating contest. I don't know what that entails. I don't understand. I'm not fully aware. What does it say on Maturino? Because I know that they reached that goal. Okay, flaming hot Cheeto eating. Okay. There we go. Steadfast versus Chicken Man. So after the current series, right now the mainstream, they're covering SpeCial versus Astrea. When they wrap up, apparently Chicken Man and Steadfast, they're going to be having a flaming hot Cheeto challenge. There you go. So best of luck. I don't know how well they handle their spice. I don't I don't know who to. You know what, I think I'm gonna lean towards Chicken Man. I feel like I have to. Chicken Man, he's you know, he's a fellow animal, you know, not quite a duck, but chicken, it's close enough. He looks like he can handle his spice, maybe. I'll be honest, I don't think either of them can, but but I mean, that's the point, right? That's the point, is that they're probably putting up like the least tolerant casters they have. Oh no. Best of luck, Mackie. Best of luck. So that's what they're going to be hosting after their current series. And then once they're done, then we'll be going back into the swing of things. Our next series on the channel should be, let me just double check, Chan versus Master. Okay, so we're going to be following Master into El Chamaco. So Chan versus Master is going to be up next on the channel. But again, there's going to be an extended break. And remember, this is going to be round 5, and there are 7 rounds in total. There are 2 more rounds after this. Fun fact, I don't actually know what we're going to be casting towards the tail end of the broadcast, just because the mainstream have to decide first. So it's going to be on them after the Cheeto challenge. They'll be picking and choosing what to cast for round 6 and what to cast for round 7. When it comes to the overall standings, let's have a look at the bracket. !B in the chat to have a look at the bracket yourselves. I believe the Wikipedia page has been updated. What are the standings looking like? Okay, from the top we have SpeCial. Oh, Juanito. Okay, Juanito so far undefeated. Now, I say that SpeCial currently is playing against Astrea. You can actually see them down here. Yeah. You can see here, SpeCial and Astrea, they're currently in the ace match. They're currently on the mainstream. Oh, Chan beat Trigger. Let's go. Chamaco. He beat Trigger 2-1. Chan. So SpeCial, he's in first place. We have Trigger in second, Cham in third. It looks like we have a really close scorer. The Cham in third, Master in fourth, and we're tied 3-1. Trigger, Cham, and Master. Jesus, very, very, very close between the players. And scrolling down here, we have Dolan in the center, in the middle of the pack. I feel like Astrea has been a little bit underwhelming, but it makes sense if you're familiar with the current state of StarCraft or the current state of Astrea's play. You will know that Astrea, he has not been active. Like Astrea, he has not been playing StarCraft in quite some time, basically ever since EWC. So post EWC, Astrea, he has been on a big break. He's been on a big hiatus, so he is currently out of practice. He's currently not in peak condition. So we would typically, if this was Astrea, you know, a couple of months ago, we'd expect him to be like top two alongside Trigger. But again, Astrea has not been playing, he's not been streaming, he's not been active, and as a result, I mean, the results, his scoreline here does reflect that. Then we have eGGz and Foxer at the bottom of the standings as well. So I do want to see more Astrea, don't get me wrong, I want him to make it out of the groups, but again, he's got to really, you know, lock in. He's got to lock in and really ramp it up here. And it is difficult when you are out of practice. And instead we have a little more Latin Dominican representation. Oh boy. So far, again, the standings are looking decent here for our current top 4, but we'll see, as we still have 3 more rounds ahead of us. Still 3 more rounds to go. But for now, we're going to be going on a break. For now, we're going to be going on a short break. Sorry, I say short. We're going to be going for an extended break, so take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain disruptors, massage marines, and check out the mainstream. Check out Zombie Gob's channel, as again, they're going to be having their Flaming Hot Cheeto challenge soon. They'll be having it soon. See you soon. See you soon after the break. Oh. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that extended break, as of course the mainstream was having some fun, having some shenanigans over with their Cheeto challenge. Again, shout out to Zombergob, shout out to Fear Dragon, Steadfast, Chicken Man, Zergirl, and State for all coming together and for hosting the main event over in Vegas. We of course have the B stream, and we have our own series, we have our own matchup. We are here in the 5th round of the group stage, round robin group stage, 7 rounds in total. We're nearing the end of the group stage. We're almost there. We're almost there. Respawning in the top left-hand corner of Pylon, we have the Brazilian Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Team Hellfire. It is Master. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player, the Mexican Zerg representing eGGz Esports. It is Cham. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our fresh best of 3. And also a big shout out to Thriving GG in the chat. God, yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the massive raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. And welcome one and all to the SC2 Safe House. This is a big event happening in the Americas. The players themselves are online. They're playing online, of course, from their respective countries. But the main stream is over in Vegas. So as I just mentioned, Zombie Grub alongside Fear Dragon, Steadfast, Chicken Man, Zergirl, and State all did rent an Airbnb and are hanging out together, hosting the event, having some fun challenges. They're going to be having some poker later, and of course some drinking challenges and other things of that nature. Going to be happening after the matches conclude, and even in between the matches as well. And of course, this is a 2-day event. 2-day event. This is day 1, the group stage. Day 2 will be the playoff bracket. Oh boy. Top 4 players do make it through the group stage. And so far, both Master and Cham have been doing very well for themselves. They're both in the upper echelons of the group, but we'll see which of these two will actually extend that lead and will actually strive further in the group. Let's go. So far, standard openers, when it comes to, we've been covering a lot of PvZ here so far in tonight's broadcast. We expect to see some standard openers. We expect to see a Stargate out of Master, Stargate into a third base, into +1 Unblink Stalkers. Cham, on the flip side, has been much more aggressive here tonight. He's been very fluid in his play and been so willing to cut workers, commit with roaches, and just double down and snowball out of control. Cham has been very active, very in the face of everyone. Trigger, of Astrea, and Master is going to be his next Protoss opponent, Cham, who's been quite successful in his EVPs tonight. Let's go. Let us go. Also, buenas noches. I do know it's getting quite late over in Europa. It's getting quite late in Europe, so if you're out there, you know, get some rest, get some veg. Tune into the VODs, and of course, get ready for tomorrow's cast of the playoffs. We won't be covering the playoffs live. That is going to be covered by the mainstream. We will most likely be covering the playoffs via replays at a later time, at a later date. Meanwhile, let us say Drew and Neshe, they get into the main. Oh, and they get 1 drone so far. Nice reactions here by Cham. He does pull away in time, and he does preserve his work account. Not so good. Behind this, Master, of course, did open up Stargate into the Oracle, into a third base. Behind this, we'll keep an eye on his Twilight Council timing. We'll see if it goes for an earlier Council. We'll see if it goes for an earlier Forge. We'll keep an eye on the Protoss. What does it go back in? 2 more. 2 more drones. I believe that's 3 in total. So 3 drones, 3 Lings for 2 adepts. It's an okay trade here for Master. Yes, okay. Cham does shut down the final adept. And behind this, it is going to be an earlier Twilight Council. Okay, yeah, my attention. This is a Twilight Council as the third base was being thrown down. Because it's so early, because there's no Forge, this looks like Glaive Adepts. So we're expecting Glaives here at a Master. On a smaller map like Pylon, this makes a lot of sense. Bearing in mind that Pylon is known for aggression, is the smallest map of the map, shortest rush distance by ground. Aggression is favored here. Yep, Gateway Explosion, show us those Glaives. Meanwhile, Cham opening up with an Oliva chamber. This screams +1 melee. This screams we're skipping Roaches going into Ling Bane. Oh, and that is not Glaive, so we're going into Blink. You have my attention. So, a couple of things here. This was an early Twilight Council. This is a big gateway explosion. There is no Forge. This looks like, instead of Glaive Adepts, it looks like an 8-gauge 3-base all-in. No gases at the third. So you stay on 4 gases instead. 4 gases, no gas at the third base. Get up to 8 gateways. 1 gateway should be proxied across the map to reinforce. And this is going to be a massive all-in for Master. So got 5 gates on the way, 2 already done. That's going to be 7 in total. We're waiting for 1 more gateway. And again, it should be proxied. Now from the side of Cham, he is going straight Ling Hydra, so he's skipping Roaches, he's also skipping Banelings. Straight up Ling Hydra here is vulnerable to these all-ins and to this aggression. We'll see if Master can snowball out of control. Here we go. Does move out, and where's that probe? There it is. There's a probe being sent out. What's the probe for? For the proxy gateway. The proxy gateway to reinforce across the map. Here we go. Pylon has arrived. Stalkers are reinforcing. The goal is not just to break the 4th, is to overwhelm from there and to snowball out of control, to push into the natural and to end the game. Nice bait on the stasis, very nice. Does trigger both stasis traps. Ling Zhu pull away. As Master warping in extra Stalkers. Trading well, hasn't lost a Stalker yet. Yellow Wing control is solid. Picking up more Zerglings. Master, he does kite back. Once again, another stasis goes off. Does catch the Queen. And this is getting a bit out of hand. It's getting a bit out of hand here. Hydra production has begun. We're building up those Hydras. But again, Cham, he needs that Link support. Without them, the Hydras are going to be going down. They're so vulnerable, and he blinks in. Yeah, he blinks in, he goes to the dive. Mastery smells blow in the water, and Mastery is just snowballing out of control. And as we mentioned, Cham, he was cutting corners. He failed to scout. He failed to confirm the all-in. He's had a lot of Hydras already. Brutal pickoffs. Catching out of the Queen. Master, he was supply blocked. Needs those extra warpins. Yeah, the boys are being pulled. Stalkers are finally going down. But now we have some fresh Stalkers. Yeah, fresh Stalkers have arrived. As Master still lacking some of those warpins. As he has excess minerals. Breaks through the expansion. Jamie's built up to 10 Hydras, soon to be 17. And Master, he has to get on top of these Hydras before they mass up. He was able to previously. And Mastery starts probe production. There we go, taking gases. Mastery's transitioning. He's transitioning out of this. He has failed to kill Cham. And if Master doesn't get on top of these Hydras, then, I mean, Cham is going to have a big power spike. He's going to have counterattack potential here. We'll see how many Hydras he does survive with. Yeah, Hydras getting picked up. Oh, these are expensive losses for Cham. Losing a lot of Hydras. At the same time, Mastery should be kiting back, not fighting in. Yeah, it's a brutal trade. He reinforces. He has nothing. He has enough. He trades. Down to 8 Hydras. But these were still some brutal losses for Master. Cham's still massing up. Without any Link support, though, these Hydras they're just so vulnerable. As Master tries to step in. Not the best move here. Yeah, some questionable control out of Master. He bleeds out how many Stalkers? 47 Stalkers have gone down. Brutal losses. And Cham holds. Remember, this was an all-in. Like Master, he was meant to kill. He was meant to kill, he was meant to end the game. Because he fails to, this is where Cham, now his upgrades are kicking in. Now his greater economy is going to be kicking in. If he can get his 4th base up and running. Lings are going to reinforce. And Mastery just didn't do enough. Yeah, did not do enough damage. Builds up a higher Hydra count. There was a moment earlier where Master, when he got supply blocked, he was missing warpins. Like, Master, he did fumble his assault at the most critical moments. Now he loses control of the proxy. Yeah, no more proxy gateway. No more reinforcements. The charge is almost done. Zealots, they try to rush in. Lings, they arrive just in time. They tank the Zealots. They tank the charge. And at this point, I have to give the edge to Chan. Like, sure, we have Storm on the way. That's going to be a big power spike for Master. But can he get there? Can he survive? Who is Master? If you're a little bit newer to StarCraft, Master, he debuted, I want to say, like in 2019. He's one of the players that kind of rose up during the COVID era of StarCraft, I would say. So we were casting a lot of Master like in 2019, 2020, 2021. He was a bit of a younger player. I mean, now he's a little bit older. Back then, I want to say he debuted like around 16 years old. If you remember, he debuted with Yan. Like Yanji and Master, they're good friends. If you remember, in the first season, they couldn't actually play in ESL Pro Tour because they were too young, right? Like, I think they have you have to be a minimum of 15 or 16 years old to play, to compete. So that first year, they weren't able to. As Bailey's, they crash into the High Templar. Templar go down, and Cham here bombs. GG gets called, and Cham, he does take game number 1. GG. Again, Cham, once he survived the all-in, he just snowballed out of control from there. Master, he had to end the game then and there. He was so close to doing so, but he got a little bit supply blocked. He was missing some warp-ins. He wasn't quite able to maintain that momentum. It was close, it was clutch, and in the end, Cham, he barely made it through. GG. GG, well played with that. Cham, he does take a lead in the series, and now we're getting into game number 2. Game 2 is going to be on Persephone. Let's go. Let us go. Looks so dead. Yeah, it was very, very close. It was very, very close. Like Master, he almost broke the natural. Almost. Casito, casito. So I'm just setting up the lobby. Setting up. Good. But yeah, so Master, he debuted around, like, again, around COVID era, around 2019. And if you recall, like, he was still rising through the ranks. That was back when Paquito, he was in the chat earlier, when Paco Mike was active, when Darkness was active, when Shakti was active. And Master, he was able to rise up through the Latin American ranks to become, at this point, one of the best pros players in Latin America. This was in 2024, I should say, like 2024, 2025. These last 2 years is when he cemented himself. Maybe past 3 years, like 2023 onwards. But again, that was also like partially because the other top Protoss players stepped away, right? Like Shakti retired, Paco Mike retired. But Master, he stuck to it. He stuck with it. Stuck with it in their retirement. And here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the Brazilian Protoss player. We have the red Protoss for Team Hellfire. It is Master. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player, the Mexican Zerg representing eGGz Esports. It is Chan. And as we're settling into game 2, a big shout out in the chat to Dark Searcher. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dark Searcher, in the chat for the Twitch Prime. We do appreciate the support. We appreciate it, papi. Gracias, gracias. Do appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. Hope you enjoy it. As Cham does go for his standard opener, he does go for a hatch pool gas, which is what he's known for. So a slightly later gas. Slightly. And again, overall, like, the build of choice I really enjoyed for Master. Like, in the end, Cham, he was skipping roaches. He was droning up. He did not scout the main base. Like, Master, the initial execution of the 8 gates was solid. But unfortunately, as we mentioned, like, he did kind of fumble the execution towards the tail end in regards to the supply block, in regards to the lack of warp-ins, in regards to the maybe questionable engage towards the end after he had broken the initial Hydra army. It was close. Did fumble towards the end. Cham was able to recover. And going for an 8 gate is something you do once in a series. Like, we do not expect to see Master do it again in Game 2 or Game 3 if we go to the Ace match. We should be seeing something different. And this time, Stargate. So Stargate opener at a Master once again. We'll keep an eye on the timing of the Twilight Council. If it's early once again, then we can start to theorize either 8-gate Blink or 4-gate Glaive at Eps. If it's earlier. Assuming there's no Forge. Cham back on him, he pulls out of gas. So Link Speed, pulls out of gas. He's not going for an early lair. He's not going for early tech. Playing standard. Did mention earlier that Cham, he is one to go for like Roach all-ins and Roach aggression, but that's in a longer and later game. That's like off of 3 bases. Typically off of 3 bases at least. Oh. Gracias, papi, gracias. You're the bomb lights. I'm the one that tweeted you out recently. Oh, thank you, thank you. I do appreciate it. I appreciate it. Glad to hear you got back into StarCraft. Glad to hear. Like, now is the time, I guess, because now is finally the time where Blizzard, they're paying a little bit more attention, right? We just got the latest patch. We have a new map pool on the horizon as well, with the Team Liquid map contest. I appreciate the kind words. Champ does poke in. Third base is being taken. Twilight Council gets thrown down. This is a very early Twilight Council timing here at a Master. This is actually lined up the same timing that we saw last game. So if you recall, I did just say that I don't really expect a Master to go for an 8-gate Blink all-in 2 games in a row and again in this series, but so far he's lining up for it. So far that's what it seems like. If he pulls out a gas, then oh hello, never mind, he's going for a bit of a later Forge. This is not going to be a Blink all-in. A later Forge here, indicative here, of course, that we're taking up. Do we go into charge or blink? What's it going to be? Charge! Okay, so early charge timing. So Master, he does mix it up. Now, when it comes to this build of choice, the goal and where this really thrives is if Cham skips out on Roaches again. If you recall, Cham, he skipped Roaches last game, he went Ling Hydra. This time, early Roach Warren. Early Roach Warren. Cham, he's playing safe. He's not cutting corners. If this was last game, if he was cutting out on Roaches again, then honestly, this charge timing could just end the game. It could just kill. It's designed to punish, but Cham is playing safe. Cham, he has yet to scout the main. He's still a little bit in the dark as to what's going on, but he has the tools to defend. And he's even going into +1 range, so he's committing into a Roach-based composition. So he should be fine. It should be, assuming he doesn't drone up too much. So Roaches are amassing. Cham, he's double expanding, getting his own 4th and 5th base. This should just be for Larva. And Master, you can see here, he's banking up those Zealots. He's soon going to pull the trigger. Again, it's unfortunate, though, because he doesn't know what he's moving into.
Meet our fate.
The Oracles, they poke in. Here come the charge lots. Here comes the charge timing. Mastery sends it across the map. How many Roaches are there? There's 8, soon to be 16 Roaches. Sorry, soon to be 17 roaches. And that is enough. Cells here reveal themselves. Roach is out of position. Master does hit the third. And the roaches do respond despite that. Drones are going down. Nice hold position micro in the middle line. Gets 8. Yeah, 8 drones go down. Nice attention to detail. Station trap here on top of the ramp. Doesn't quite connect. And this got more than it should have. 9 drones. Doesn't do critical damage, but damage nonetheless. So 9 drones go down, and Mastery just gets the hell out of there. He pulls away. Behind this going double Robo, double Immortal production. But here comes Cham. Here comes the counterattack. Master doesn't really have much. He has a couple of Archons. That will help. Oh, Cham, he does peel off his army. Okay, he sees what, I mean, he sees there's an army to defend. Cham, he pulls away. He was already racing back home. Once again, Master hold position in the mineral line. Doesn't quite get too much damage though. Pulls away, there's no Spore. Gets 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh my god. 9, almost 9 drones. 8 drones go down. Very nice damage here by Master. He pulls away. Zealot run by is ready. He's waiting for his moment. Master getting a lot done. Oh. And remember, behind this, he can make 2 immortals at a time. Oh, he supply block. And now it's not the time. Not again. Brutal supply block that delays the immortals. I imagine this arm with 2 more immortals. Despite that, pushing in. Does hit the 4th. Ravagers are getting ready. Cherry does hold, does deflect, does lose the base though. Barely not. He holds on to the expansion. And he's getting himself the Archons. He's going to clean this up. Yeah, Master here overextends. He will lose everything. The Immortals, the Archons. Doesn't get the expansion. That was not worth it. And Master, he just loses far too much. Unfortunately, the Protoss army takes so much more to rebuild, to build up, specifically the high-tech units, the Immortals, the Archons. They're not easy to replace. And Cham, he's pushing. He's all in. He's cutting workers at 68. Sorry, 67. The other base is just for Larva. And Cham is just rallying everything across the map. He's sending it back. Gets on top of the Immortals, takes down the expansion. And Master, he has no support. We're not going to the ace match. GG gets called, and Cham, he'll snowball out of control. He will take the series 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Master, he had an interesting start to the game, going into charge the way that he did. It didn't look like he was going to do much damage, but hey, he was able to get 9 drones. He pulled away. His oracles dealt damage as well. He dealt a surprising amount of damage. But it was unfortunate that he was playing very momentum based, and again he got supply blocked, his immortals were delayed. He pushed without the immortals. That was maybe the craziest part, right? Is he pushed without that supportive army and he couldn't really achieve much. He pushed into the base, there were plenty of roaches to defend. It was also unlucky for Master and fortunate for Cham that he didn't skip roaches, right? That he didn't go Ling Hydra again. If he had, that's where Master could have thrived and could have killed. That's where he could have killed. So it was a little bit of a gamble there from Master. He was hoping that Cham would be skipping roaches again, which is quite common. I think there was a comment in the chat, someone was asking about like the meta of ZVP. It is very meta in ZVP to skip roaches and to go straight Ling Hydra, but there are some players that do decide to play it safe, to get a roach horn, or to commit into roaches anyway, which Cham does often do. Not every game though. Game 1 he skipped it, but here in game 2 played it safe. GG. GG, well played. With that, congratulations. Again, Cham does claim the series, and now we are getting ready for our next set of rounds. There's 2 rounds left. 2 rounds left here, and as I mentioned before, we don't know what we're casting yet. The mainstream, they're waiting for this round to complete completely, and then they're going to be seeing the standings. Speaking of, let's have a look. Let us have a look together. Exclamation mark, be in the chat to have a look at the brackets, to have a look at the Wikipedia page yourself. Here we go. Here we go. So we have some updates here. So SpeCial undefeated, papi. Ay, ay, ay. SpeCial is undefeated. SpeCial with a 5-0. SpeCial will come out on top here in first place. He's confirmed to make it through into the playoffs. So again, SpeCial is confirmed. Meanwhile, we have Cham, who's up 4-1. Trigger and Master barely behind him with 3-1 and 3-2 respectively. There's still a couple of matches concluding. We still have Trigger versus Astrea. Trigger is favored in that series, and we have eGGz versus Foxer also ongoing. eGGz and Foxer, of course, they're at the tail end of the bracket here. They've yet to win a series, so it's been a bit of a rougher tournament for eGGz and Foxer. Meanwhile, if Trigger can win this series, then he can cement himself once again in the upper echelons of the tournament, or of the group. But again, that's going to lead into that next round. We have eGGz versus Dolan, we have Trigger versus SpeCial, Cham versus Foxer, and Astrea versus Master. Now, if I were the mainstream, the highest profile series here would be Trigger and SpeCial, for sure. But you could maybe argue that Trigger and SpeCial don't matter as much, especially if Trigger wins this series mathematically. I mean, it may just be for seeding purposes. So we'll see how that does turn out. They might still want to go for it just to confirm whether or not Trigger can beat SpeCial and Trigger can actually cement himself into the playoffs. Otherwise, you can make an argument that like the Astrea Master Series has a lot more weight to it, for sure. I would agree with that. Like Astrea versus Master, there's a lot more, yeah, again, a lot more importance, a lot more weight on that series to determine who makes it through. Cham versus Foxer, I feel like Cham is favored there. eGGz versus Dolan. I mean, I don't want to gloss over Dolan. Dolan, he's also on the edge, on the cusp. If Dolan can beat eGGz, yo, I might jump on eGGz versus Dolan. Unironically. I mean, Dolan's my boy, and I haven't casted him yet tonight. The danger Dolan. We might jump on Dolan after this. We might. And then of course we have round 7, the final rounds. But again, what we pick depends on what the mainstream goes for. But I'm looking at eGGz and Dolan though. Looking at it. Cham chose randomly the right build both matches. I would say that about game 2. For game 1, I would say that Cham was vulnerable to what Master was going for. I would say that Master, like there's a reason why game 1 was as close as it was. Like I would agree about game number 2. Catching up. We're getting some updates here. eGGz, let's take down Fox to 2-0. But for now, I guess we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break here. When we come back, we'll have our next series. We'll have round number 6. But once again, we don't really know what round 6 will entail yet. So yeah, we'll wait and see. Check out the mainstream, and also I haven't really given it too many shout outs, but !SE2 safe house, I believe is the command. No, sorry, !safe house. my bad. Oh, you can tell that I'm running on no sleep. There is a match arena page. There's a match arena page for the tournament, so you can check out the match arena page. You can support the tournament. There are plenty of stretch goals available in that tournament, or for the tournament as well. Plenty of stretch goals, so you can check it out. You can support it. So we're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we'll have a next series. We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon after the break. Oh. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the SpeCial Safe House number 2 group stage. We are here in round 6. I do apologize for the delayed start or for the extended break, but we have returned here with round number 6. 2 more rounds remaining here to wrap up the group stage. Let's go. Let us go. Spawning in the left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the blue Protoss player. With the blue Protoss, we have the Canadian Protoss representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Mexican Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Team Gosu. It is SpeCial. Here we go. We are back. We are returning. If you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim this. God damn it. There we go. There we go. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. SpeCial's already confirmed to make it through into the next round, into the playoffs. Meanwhile, his opponent Trigger still has a ways to go. Again, there's only 2 rounds remaining, and only top 4 make it out of the group stage into the playoffs. SpeCial is going to be one of them, but who will join him? We still have Cham, Trigger, Master, and Astrea and Dolan all fighting for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place. Oh boy. So there's a lot of pressure here on Trigger. There's less pressure on SpeCial. SpeCial, again, he's already made it through. The pressure's on Trigger here to win as many games as he can, as many matches as possible, to be able to secure himself in those playoffs. For now, we're going for the probe scout across the map, going for a standard opener back at home. Likewise, SpeCial opening up double gas opener into a faster factory. We're expecting a more tech heavy, a more aggressive play here out of SpeCial. Again, SpeCial, he typically does thrive in those aggressive states in 2-base play, 3-base play as well. We don't really expect SpeCial to slow things down and get into a longer macro game. He's known for his crazy and quirky builds. Show us what you got. Here we go. Catching with the chat. Yo, shout to Duddles. Who is Duddles? Kappa, puppy Kappa. Always good to see. Papa Duddles, buddy. Papa Duddles. Always good to see you, Pappy. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Likewise, Astrea stand. Playing teams for the first time in a long time. Give us the ladder, Pappy. Gibbs. Yeah, hope you've all been enjoying yourselves. Hope you've all had a great time. I know it's getting quite late over in Europe. Again, over in Europa, it's getting very, very late. Here, it's getting quite early. It is what? It is almost 9 a.m. in the morning. Almost 9 a.m. Ay. We've been casting all night long. The sun has risen. Shining into my face. Let's go. We can make it. 2 series left, Pappy. 2 series left. Then we can embrace Bedge. They're gonna wake up and do it all over again. Oh boy. For now, we have our Twilight Council opener into Blink. Again, everything's looking normal from the side of Trigger. From the side of SpeCial, opening up with, initially Reaper Hellion into what? Into a Mind Drop. So Mind Drop follow-up. CC is gonna be delayed. It is delayed, but thankfully the worker does survive. SpeCial getting his base up and running. And of course, Blink has begun. Now, when it comes to the PvT, when it comes to the current matchup here, when it comes to the meta, we have been seeing a rise in popularity, once again, of more economic builds. Against SpeCial, and especially on ley lines, though, I would recommend a more defensive build here by Trigger. So we'll see if we go up to 3 gates or not, and we'll see how long it takes for Trigger to expand and get a 3rd base. As Trigger, he's only just now finishing up his 2nd gateway. Robo's on the way. So does at least get his Robo on 2 bases. There we go, 3rd gateway as well, so safe play. So safe play here by Trigger. Likewise, even getting a 3rd gas geyser, could even get a 4th gas, stay on 2 bases, and tech into Storm. Again, we'll see when Trigger does decide to expand. Also, sorry, my apologies. Before I get ahead of myself, a big shout out to Michatillo in the chat. God, thank you so much for the raid. We did receive a raid earlier during the break, so thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Do appreciate it. As Reapers a dip into the main. Ooh, nice surround out of Trigger. Very nice. Sounds Reapers. Shuts them both down. Despite that, we'll still lose 3 workers in total. The Mind Drop is now coming in, but the medevac is very low. Very low on HP. SpeCial playing with fire. Behind this, throwing down another set of Raxes. So 3-1-1 setup, early tank production, early Viking production as well. This is indicative of an early move out. Oh boy. So SpeCial is building up. Meanwhile, Trigger, he did decide to take his third gas geyser on 2 bases, but didn't take his fourth gas. So it does delay his fourth gas geyser, going for a faster third expansion. So this is a safe build, not the safest build we've seen. So he does eventually expand. He's not taking up too quickly. Stalkers move out, and his goal here is to contain. Goal is to contain. Liberator does get 3 extra probes. 3 extra workers go down. Trigger does poke in. Doesn't quite commit. Trigger rotating over into the main. Tank is in position. Marines as well. Viking is here to zone. And so far, SpeCial he's holding. Hasn't taken too many losses yet. Blinks in, but the tank is within range. Massive shots going off. Stalkers get softened up. Oh, the army gets left idle. And the Prism may not be able to get away. Yeah, it won't. Massive pig off. That should not have happened. Prism goes down. And Trigger, he'll lose all 4 Stalkers. Massive win here for SpeCial. Catches the Prism. 4 Stalkers as well. Ay, ay, ay. And SpeCial, now there's less holding him back. Now there's no War Prism, there's no backstab. Just waiting for his upgrades. And then he can push. Yeah, the upgrades, they will finish up by the time the army gets across the map. It is go time for SpeCial. And he's not going all in, he will expand behind this. Oh! So Viking does drop into the natural. But the CC is being taken. Oh! Nice snipe on the tank. Okay. Finally, something goes Trigger's way. Observer gets spotted. That Trigger doesn't quite get across the map. Sorry, Ms. SpeCial doesn't quite get across the map. Trigger, he does hold on. He does delay the push. Charge is now done, and SpeCial should not be here. Yeah, he's overextending. Does overextend, bleeds out a lot of Marines. Nice tank shots. Tank blows go off, but again, SpeCial bled out a lot of units, bled out a medevac as well. And he pulls away. Juanito does finally pull away. And I was curious to see where Trigger was going to take up, but we have the answer. He's going into Colossus, not Storm. As we mentioned in the past, in the latest patch, Storm and Colossus, they're both quite viable when it comes to your splash damage of choice. As Trigger does catch reinforcements. Not bad. Takes down a couple of Marauders. Catching out the fire, diving on the medevacs. More Zelts are coming in, and SpeCial once again getting caught out. Yeah, he's forced to stay in. Has to run past the army. Oh. Nice mine shot, but again, the Zelts overwhelmed the army. They denied the third. Tank went down. Mineral line as well. And again, SpeCial was just overly aggressive. Multiple times just getting caught in the center. Multiple times getting surrounded. Had to calm down. Had to calm down. And Trigger, he's just so wrong. Yeah, he's normally out of control. Gets into the main, pushes into natural, force fields the ramp as well. SpeCial out of position, and he will lose the natural. Yeah, the mineral line should fall. Another force field. Getting on top of the upgrades. Doesn't quite go for the SCVs. Interesting. Yeah, picking up a handful of them. Zelts pop off in the main. And Trigger, he has a fourth. He has a fourth on the way behind this, just getting further and further ahead. And GG gets called. The writing is on the wall. Trigger takes the lead in the series, takes game number 1. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Trigger does take a lead here against SpeCial. He didn't have a bad start at all. He was able to punish and shut down the Stalkers, the War Prism as well. But as we mentioned, SpeCial, he was overly aggressive. He did push too far out into the center of the map. That's when he lost the first tank. That's when he lost the first medevac. He lost his bio army. Then he got surrounded as well. Just a little bit too active considering the army that he had to work with, considering what Trigger had to work with as well. So again, overly aggressive, got caught with his pants down. GG. GG, well played. Then everything very quickly snowballed out of control from there. And with that, we're now getting ready for game number 2. We'll see if Trigger can take the series here and now. We'll see if Trigger can be the first to put a blemish on SpeCial's record. Again, SpeCial, he's yet to drop a single map in today's tournament, but Trigger is the best player in the Americas. There's a reason why he was the Americas representative over in EWC. So he's primed to win it all here, which is also why it's surprising that he's not at the top of the standings. At least not yet. Here we go. So getting into our next game. We're getting into our next game. We're getting into game number 2. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss himself representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Mexican Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Team Gosu. It is Trigger. Sorry, it is SpeCial. Juanito. We go. So we are getting into our next game. And welcome to Tokamak. Tokamak is one of the larger maps in the map pool, the second largest map in the map pool, second only to Maganetha. Longer rush distance by ground, more defensive at natural third and fourth bases. As a result, we often do see longer and later games here, but as I mentioned at the start of the series, I don't really think that SpeCial is one that wants to embrace a longer game. SpeCial is usually one that wants to be in your face, wants to end the game early. So our eyes are mainly going to be on SpeCial here. Oh boy. Our eyes are on Juanito. Does pick in. Behind this again, double gas opener into a faster factory. I think SpeCial was that either. Was he? No, he was not. From here, technically, SpeCial can turn this into a one-base all-in and go for a starport, but he pulls out of gas, so he stays 2 and 2. We have a CC follow-up here, and we'll see if he goes into Reactor Reaper Hellion. We'll see if he goes into faster Cyclone play. If it leads into Cloak Banshee, we'll see. I should emphasize that in the latest patch, I mean, even before that, we have seen a reduction in builds of incorporating Cloak Banshee, just because it's so much more common for Protoss players to get a faster robo. It's very common to get a faster robo, observers, detection. So we've seen instead a rise in popularity of Speed Banshees going into high-flight rotors. So we'll see if SpeCials want to embrace that. It's still a little bit early to really confirm though. We're calming down. Started training like 2 to 3 months ago. SpeCial, he returned to the game in June, so it's been almost, what, 4 months? I think it was either June or maybe May. Basically, he returned, if you remember, for HSL, for the Hispanic StarCraft League. That's when SpeCial came back from his hiatus. I think HSL was in May. Let's see. Hispanic StarCraft League. Oh, sorry, well, that was in April. Jeez. So March, April is when special majors return. If you remember, we covered that on the channel. That was the exciting thing for Juanito. He's returned to StarCraft. It's really rushed at first. I would not say that. Not at all. Behind this, we're getting we're getting into a 2-1-1. Okay, so we're committing to Cloak Banshee. The hallucination does confirm the setup here, but as you can see, there's no tech lab on the racks. The reason for this is, of course, we're prioritizing tank production, Banshee play as well, so we're going for an early push and we can pull the boys. We'll see. Yep, there we go. The boys are being pulled. 2 base all in out of special. It's all or nothing, hitting with Vanilla Marines. It's a bit of a beyond move out, but Vanilla Marines, the main bulk of the damage here is going to be coming from the tanks and coming from the Banshees. In his latter games when we streamed, I'm talking about his tournament performances. His return to tournament play. Which was back in April. March/April. There we go. Special does push in. And again, that's Hanks getting ever closer. Getting within range. So far takes down the shield battery. Trigger playing it safe. Did open charge. Ah, that's ideal. Yeah, Trigger does open charge. He's collapsing in the army. Doesn't force friendly fire. Nice target firing here on the Immortals. But the spread is brutal. Yeah, nice spread here out of Trigger, and he cleans this up. Yeah, the Zealots will shut this down. They clean up all the tanks. There's 1 tank left. That's down to 0. Yeah, 0 tanks remaining. We're bringing more Stalkers. GG gets called. The all-in fails. And Trigger, he will take the series 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, we did expect all-ins at a special. Here, this does hit quite hard, but it was very fortunate that Trigger did open up charge. I do apologize for not giving attention to that, winding it back. Charge-based openers, which is what Trigger went for, is designed to shut down these tank all-ins. The reason for that, of course, is getting early Zealots does allow you to close that distance, get on top of the tanks, and shut them down. Going into Blink is more favored, getting into a longer standard game, as they do benefit you more gaining map control, but rushing into charge is meant to hard counter these all-ins. So GG, well played. Really solid read there out of Trigger. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, Trigger does claim the series. Does shut down special. And again, Trigger, he is the best in the Americas, which is why he's favored to make it to even win the entire tournament. But as I mentioned, Trigger, he has been stumbling a little bit here in this tournament. Did take down special, but exclamation mark B. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look back yourselves, so we can catch up on some of these results and have a look at Trigger's road so far. Oh, as we have some updates. Okay, we do have some updates here. So from the top, again, special, he was already confirmed through into the next round. Chem also confirmed as well. Chem, I think he just finished his series. No, sorry, Chem is still mid-series versus Foxer. Here, Trigger, of course, takes down special. But winding it back, Trigger, he did fall to Astrea, he did fall to Cham as well. So again, Trigger having a bit of a harder time against Cham. But PvP can always go either way. Always. Can always go either way here. And as a result, this is still up in the air as to who makes it through into the main event. We still have, I mean, sure, we have confirmed Special and Cham, but the others, Trigger, Master, Dolan, Astrea, between the 4 of them, it's still up in the air. Foxer, unfortunately, did lose against Eggs. So it is confirmed that Foxer will not advance on out of the group stage, but the other players, they still have a chance, of course, depending on the map, depending on what events occur. There we go. What's going on here? We've been streaming Safe House, S2 Safe House, the entire day. We are the B stream. The B stream here. So eGGz will played. With that, I believe the mainstream they're covering Dolan versus eGGz. They're covering that. And I believe Astrea and Master are being covered by Bomyoja. So they're covering that series. Then, of course, we do have the final round. We're still waiting for the mainstream to confirm what they're going to be covering. So basically, the mainstream picks first, then we pick, then Bomyoja. We have Trigger versus Dolan. We have a Chan versus eGGz, SpeCial versus Master, and Foxter versus Astrea. I mean, personally, I would love to see Trigger and Dolan. I mean, Dolan, he's our boy, man. He's our boy. We've got a lot of love for Dolan, so most likely I'm leaning towards Trigger versus Dolan here, especially not just because he's our boy, but also because there's a little bit more weight behind this series as well. Both Dolan and Trigger are still fighting for their chance, their opportunity to make it into the playoffs. So I'm looking at Trigger and Dolan. If the mainstream, if they pick Trigger and Dolan, then our next pick would be... Who would it be? Typically, we try to avoid mirror match. Probably SpeCial Master. Yeah, I feel like SpeCial Master is going to be our next pick. That'll be a rematch from the Code for Giants Cup LATAM tournament. Would be a rematch. So my first pick will be Trigger Dolan, otherwise SpeCial Master. So looking at. Okay. Three confirmed playoffs. Oh, there you go. Yeah, never mind. Thank you for letting us know. Oh, un momento. Sorry, just did refresh. And there you go. As we'll say in the chat, looks like it wasn't updated earlier, but Trigger is now confirmed through. Okay, so it's going to be SpeCial, Chairman Trigger advancing on into the playoffs. Of course, their overall standings can still be shifted around depending on that final series, and there's one spot left. We have Master, Dolan, Astrea, and eGGz fighting for that final spot. And yeah, I mean, as I said before, though, like, it is going to come down to, I mean, my eyes are mainly going to be on Master and Dolan when it comes to their respective series. But yeah, only one spot available for all of our players. I think a lot of people assume that Astrea would make it through, myself included, but at the same time, as we mentioned previously, like Astrea, he has not been competing, like he's not been playing at all ever since EWC. So Astrea, he's not in form currently, whereas some of the others have been active. Have been competing a lot more. So that doesn't really change my perspective fully here. Still going to be looking at Trigger, Dolan, and Master SpeCial. Those are the two that we're looking at. But for now, we have to wait. We have to wait for the main stream to wrap up, and then we'll be live with our next series. So we're going to be going on a break. Master won the first game versus... Oh, let's go. Este Master. But yes, we're going to be going on a break, and when we come back, we'll have a next series. So take this time, get some snacks, get some food, get some water. One series left. It is 9 a.m. in the morning. Papi, let's go. We'll see you soon. See you soon after the break. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the final round of the eGGz Safe House number 2 group stage. It's been a long and intense day of StarCraft, and we are finally reaching the upper echelons. We're reaching the tail end of the broadcast. We have one round remaining, and we have 4 matches happening all at the same time. Initially, we were going to be jumping on Trigger versus Dolan, but that is going to be covered by the mainstream. We instead have gone for our next pick for another TVP between some Latin American players, some Latin American representatives. Here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines. We have the Mexican Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Gosu. It is SpeCial. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Brazilian Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Team Hellfire. It is Master. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat, as we have the best Terran player in all of Latino America up against arguably the best Protoss in all of Latino America as well. Master and SpeCial, the do go back and forth in this series. I do lean towards SpeCial in this series overall, but we have seen Master bring it to SpeCial in the past. We have seen him take him down. We'll see if we can do it again. As we have a 2-rack Reaper opener at a SpeCial, gases are being taken, second racks hidden here on the low ground, and so far Master is unaware. And this is what SpeCial is best at, his builds. He has so many builds up his sleeve, so much shenanigans that he can bring to the table here. So again, the goal here is to catch Master with his pants down. So far the Reapers are going to be amassing, and Master is none the wiser. Oh boy. As he pokes in, he pulls away. Master does pull away. Reapers are building up. Again, this is no proxy, so this is not as committed as a proxy Reaper across the map as a proxy racks, but regardless, aggressive nonetheless. Regardless, is still committed and still is looking for damage. Here we go. Here we go. As Reapers do fan out, CC on the low ground. First Reaper is going to be revealed. Master is aware. He hasn't yet to see the second Reaper yet. It's on the way. Ooh, and Master going for a Stargate opener. Bold move out of Master. Okay. Does open up Stargates, open up into Phoenixes, can even open up Oracle as well. SpeCial was hoping he could bait out the Adept, but Mastery stays back home. Stays back home for the time being. There is a shield battery on the way in the main, but no shield battery at the natural, just now being thrown down, and here comes SpeCial. Especially once he wants that Adept. Second Adept has arrived, and Mastery holds. Yeah, Mastery does hold on. So far, this build has not been worth it. As we were mentioning, SpeCial, he wanted to bait Master out into the open, but it never happened. It never did happen. And so far, SpeCial is yet to really deal any damage. He gets one probe. It's one probe so far. Goes back in, does not get a second, and again, this isn't quite worth it yet. I say yet, of course this can turn, this does turn into a 2-on-1 sim timing. Oh god. As all the Reapers do get cleaned up. Does get into the main, does get a full scout. Okay, not bad. It does get a full scout, it does get eyes on the Stargate, and behind this we have the Tech Lab, we have Sim. So remember, the purpose of this build here is to go for initially with the Reaper production into 2 racks, into factory, into starport, 2-on-1, early stim. Early Tech Lab, early stim. Now, when you build up this early Marine timing here, I mean, you build up this early stim timing, I mean, up against Stargate play, I want to favor SpeCial when it comes to the builds clashing against each other, but Master gets a full scout. Yeah, he gets a full scout. He's fully aware of the build of choice. He's fully aware of the earlier upgrades. And Master should be opening Phoenix Colossus. Robo's on the way, most likely into Bay, into early Colossus production. So nice scouting, nice reaction. SpeCial, he's on a bit of a timer here. And he's rushing on into Sim into combat shields instead. Okay. Dolan, is that you? Dolan. And SpeCial will soon be pushing. He's building up more Cyclones, more Marines. As much as he can. Who even gets a Phoenix? That's a big overextension here from Master. Master does overextend. Here comes a move out. Again, SpeCial just rallying everything he can. So he needs zones away. Master, yeah, he doesn't have time to get a bay. The bay just now being thrown down, but again, this should be hitting first. Should be hitting faster. And mortal production has begun. So we go with Phoenixes, Immortals on the way. We'll see if Master can hold on here. Ideally, he catches reinforcements, but he fails to do so. And he doesn't slow this down. The army is not slowed down. Combat shields is complete. He does bait out the shields. Nicely done. Breaks shields early on. The shields are still. Oh my god. Lock-on was not broken. Catching out the death for free. But now we have 2 immortals. Second immortal has arrived. Does go for the Guardian Shield. Medevac taking a lot of hits. And does spot the tank. And Mastery barely spots the tank. Still a very intense couple of moments here. Colossus production has begun. Can he buy enough time for the Colossus? Even if he does, is it going to be enough? Jesus. So again, the lock-on is brutal. As now the Colossus has arrived, he commits to the dive, it gets one, gets both tanks, and Mastery should clean this up. I say that, he doesn't have the DPS. He only gets one of the tanks. Yeah, second tank does get one extra shot off. Master does clean this up. Whew, and he holds. Mastery holds on behind this third CC on location. Third base is almost done here for Master. And I do give the slight edge to Master here. Clean up the army. I will say his third base is a little bit late. Would have been ideal a little bit sooner. But overall, we're building up into the longer mid game. Getting there. Whew. Okay. I will say that these Phoenixes, they've still yet to pay for themselves. Ideally, you want to be harassing, catching out a couple of key units here and there. They weren't quite able to do so earlier. I guess a Marine. Ooh, Master gets caught out. Losing another Phoenix. Getting into Disruptors, okay. Bold move. Disruptor production has begun. Medevac dropping to the main. Appreciate he protects the Medevac. It does engage, gets another Phoenix. Another Phoenix goes down, drops into the mineral line. Master out of position. And Master panicking a little bit there. Rallying in Phoenixes, rallying the Colossus. That should not be happening. Brutal pickup, losing one Colossus for free. Can he get another? Ay. Almost. Yeah, Colossus go down, Phoenixes go down, and Master is just being pulled apart. Again, he had an impressive defense initially, but here he just cannot keep up. The drop was brutal. He'll lose every Phoenix. The Colossus. And there's no charge. Yeah, there's no charge follow-up either. SpeCial is just getting out of hand. He's getting out of control. Here comes the main push. And I don't think Master can stop this. Now, the one chance that Master has, the one chance, I guess 2 chances, the Disruptors, right? If these Novas connect, if he can get the most juicy connections possible, then he can hold, but only if. Even then, it's not going to be easy. SpeCial loading up. Tank shots go up. Mastery has to commit. Colossus goes down. Nova does connect. Not bad. Lands one solid Nova. The other one as well. They're pretty good. The Novas were pretty good. Master is holding. He's holding on. SpeCial, the splits were not there. Blink is denied. SpeCial is still popping up. Nice blink, takes out the Twilight Council. Gets into the main, takes care of all the Zealots. Yeah, very efficient trades here for SpeCial. Nova fails to connect. And Master does get he does get 2 medevacs, 1 medevac pool of units. But that was still a better trade for SpeCial. Ay. Master is committed. He's going to be pushing into a siege line. There's 4 tanks on the high ground. I mean, he has to go for it. He has to try it. Locks down part of the army. Not bad. Forge fields of fire. Rotates over towards the left hand side. At the same time, does defend against a drop. He defends. Defends well. He's got 4 Novas. Did I say 4? Down to 3. Down to 3 Novas. Sorry, that's still 4. And they're going to be denied. Yeah, they're going to be denied. GG gets called, and SpeCial snowballs out of control. He takes game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Again, Master, he did hold his own for the early stage of the game, for the early push, for the early build, but then he fell apart. That one drop into the main base was brutal. It was really cool to see SpeCial kind of piece it all together. One moment. As Junior set up the lobby. There we go. Okay, we good. Sorry, I was just making the lobby. But yeah, initially Master, he had a really strong start, but SpeCial, he just pulled him apart with that drop into the main, and it was really cool to see. It was really cool to see SpeCial kind of protect that drop by having the Vikings kind of go into zone away, but they were meant to zone away. They didn't just zone, they killed all the Phoenixes. He killed, what, 5 Phoenixes and a Colossus, and he dealt half the amount of HP to the other Colossus as well. It was insane damage they dealt with those Vikings. Master was just out of position, and he was just scrambling for a defense, and mistakes were made, right? Mistakes were made. Especially, he forced mistakes out of Master, I should say. And with that, here we go. With that, we're getting into game number 2. Glad to see the plushie probe is still around. Plushies are still there. They're still there. Plushies. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Persephone, we have the Brazilian Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Team Hellfire down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and make a series out of this. It is Master. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Protoss, sorry, the Blue Terran player from Lena, Mexico, representing Team Gosu. It is SpeCial. We go. So chats. Hey Lights, where's Master from? He's from Brazil, Patty. He's Brasileiro. Again, we cast Master quite a lot, quite often. We've been casting him for the past, like, what, 5-6 years? It's been great to see the growth of Master as a player. I mentioned before that he did kind of rise up during the COVID era of StarCraft. 2019 going into 2020. He rose up alongside Yan Chi. And of course, we'd often cover him during like Sentimiento Latino, Copa Hyperion, during all the Latin American tournaments in recent times, and Copa Giants Cup, of course. as he is the best Protoss in all of Brazil and arguably the best Protoss in all of Latin America. I say arguably just because Mute is also up there as well. Like Mute and Master, they're the top two Protosses. Top two. And we have seen Master and SpeCial go back and forth as well. Like they have traded series or traded blows. Specifically in the LATAM the LATAM monthlies. In the monthlies. But the pressure is on. And it's been a long day of StarCraft as well. True. It's been it's been a long day. But now double gas to open it at a SpeCial. Opening up with a faster factory, going into a delayed CC. This time there's no 2-Rax Reaper, which I would say Master defended well against. I would say that Master had the stronger early game. Stronger early game. SpeCial moves out. I don't really expect to see Master go for another Stargate. Stargate play is typically quite rare. You see it once and maybe once in a series. So we had it in game 1. We're expecting a Twilight Council here in game 2. There it is. Twilight Council's on the way. So Blink-based opener at a Master. And we'll see how SpeCial does bring this all around. SpeCial's looking for a way in. Elliot into the middle line. Reapers, they try to push forward. So far, Master does shut this down. And SpeCial gets a scout off. He gets a full scout. Honestly, really important that he does scout, just because last game it was a Stargate. So Mastery showed that he is willing to be a little bit more diverse. And SpeCial confirms the Twilight Council. 2 more gates on the way, so 3-gate blink at a Master. Going for a very safe play. SpeCial going for his drop. Once again, it's between who is it, Master, Astrea, and Dolan to make it out of the group as well. So he's got to at least take a game here. Otherwise, the others will overtake. The pressure's on Master. Can he make it to the playoffs? Reaper breaks in, pulls away. Would mind drop into the main. Mind shots say, ooh, do connect. Yeah, no blink. No blink available. Ay, ay, ay. Better trace a SpeCial. He survives with the Widow Mines. He can always go back in. And this is a rough start for Master. Didn't lose workers, but still did lose 2 Stalkers. Behind the SpeCial going for his own Liberator harass. 3-1-1 setup, early tank production. Liberator is moving out. And I'm concerned with Master here. It's looking a little bit rough. Oh! Shuts down the Widow Mines, okay. Cleans up the drop, deflects the Liberator. And we'll see if SpeCial does decide to go for a 2-way Solin or if he expands. Our eyes are on SpeCial. Charges on the way, extra gateways. Once again, building up into Colossus. Interesting. Going for the Colossus follow-up. Spoke earlier how Colossus play is still very much so viable here as opposed to Storm play, or Storm as a tech choice. Both are viable and Master so far, still going for more Colossus. I'm waiting to see if SpeCial throws down extra Raxes. If he throws down 2 more Raxes, then he can pull the boys and go for an all-in. Otherwise, we should be seeing a third CC. And I don't see any extra Raxes. So we're leaning towards another base. Sphere, there it is. Speaking of, third CC on the high ground. SpeCial expands. Oh, can we get into our game? Can we get into the mid game? SpeCial breaks out. Breaks out from his contain. Spots the Widow Mines. Oh, sorry, they spot each other, I should say. Did SpeCial notice? He does. Yeah, he's got the Viking. Throws away the Warp Prism. SpeCial still being active. Oh, Jesus. That was terrifying. As the mine jumps, that doesn't quite get into the main base. 3 probes go down, nothing too major. At the same time, the main army does push in between the bases. Nice kiting. Very nice kiting here by SpeCial. Picks up a couple of zealots. Does catch a stalker. Nicely done. Oh, and these are just brutal losses here from Astrea. Ay. Does deflect the drop, but doesn't kill them. SpeCial gets away. Barely does get away. SpeCial now landing his third. And Mastery still needs more time to build up his splash damage. Sure, he's got a couple of Colossus now. From here, he needs Disruptors, he needs Storm. He needs something more.
Additional supply depots.
The bay was scouted. Okay, we have reactive Vikings. SpeCial moves out. Master, nice run by. Gets 2 free tanks. 2 tanks go down. A couple of SCVs as well. Denied mining at least. That was nice on mining time. Without those tanks, now Mastery can push forward. He's not going to. He's backing off. We have the Nexus finishing up. We have a second Robo on the way. Double upgrades. Just being more tentative. We have the answer. He's not going into Storm. He's building up into Disruptors. Building up his Disruptor count. We did see some juicy connections last game. It did happen. As both players are maxing out. When it comes to the main army clashing here, it will come down to the Disruptors. It comes down to how well the Novas connect. How well they can zone. Likewise, how many EMPs do we have? Only 3 ghosts. Oh, okay, so a very low ghost count. There's actually not many EMPs for SpeCial. One guy's dealt with. First Nova goes off. There's 4 Disruptors in total. So there's 3 Novas left. Oh no, bit of miscontrol. He throws away 2 Disruptors. And now there's 1 Nova remaining. There's just 1 Nova. Vikings, they go ham. They go for the Colossi. That was just a brutal start for Master. Nova goes off, doesn't connect. There's one Nova left. Ah. It's like it all comes down to the disruptors and he throws two away. Ah, never mind. Never mind. Ah, no. I mean, still keeping up with this Gateway army. True. And he is rebuilding those disruptors. They're just now popping out. Nice angle there from SpeCial. Gets a volley up on the Colossus. Almost gets another. SpeCial is taking up. Liberator's on the way. Mass Lib is the ideal. Nice EMPs. EMPs that pop up. He gets one, he gets two. He gets two Colossus. Nova doesn't connect. One Colossus left. Once again, yeah, the Novas are just not connecting here. Just a little bit too soon, a little bit premature. Ah, God. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol there from Master. And SpeCial is breaking through. Nova grazes the army. It's not good enough. Better connection towards the end. Okay. Slightly better. But that's still going to be 19 dead workers. My army comes from behind. He gets two more disruptors. There's one disruptor left. Brutal pickups. SpeCial just keep rallying. Oof. Yeah, keep rallying in as 0 disruptors remaining. The Gateway army is barely going to be enough though. Master does hold. He's holding on back. He does hold on. He's got a lot of rebuilding to do. He also the Colossus. He's lost 7 disruptors so far. His economy also lackluster, down to 65 probes. It's not what it needs to be. SpeCial is still in a better position. SpeCial moves out on the right, so the main army is distracting on the left. Just move in. SpeCial gaining ground. Yeah, he's just going for a tri-pronged attack. Liberator's into natural. Oh, there it goes off, doesn't connect. Once again, brutal trades here for Master. Losing a second disruptor. And SpeCial gets hit. He's just pulling Master apart. Doesn't have the supply for it. Denies the warp in, gets into the mineral line. And Master, he will lose everything. 17 probes. 4th base as well. And this feels like the final army here for Master. Got a couple of Novas. Got a couple. Diving in. Gets the ghost. 2 ghosts get picked up. Oh. Good move there from SpeCial. Good movement. Master blinks in. Diving on the main army. SpeCial is coming in for the flank. Setting up for almost a surround. Again, the Novas have just not been connecting. I think we had one like half connection earlier, but GG gets called. SpeCial overwhelmed as SpeCial will take the series 2-0, securing himself in the group. GG. GG, well played. SpeCial is already going to be making it out of the group, but now he has better standings. Meanwhile, my condolences to Master. He needed this win to make it out of the group stage as well. I will say that Master, it did seem that either whether it was fatigue, whether it was nerves as well, but we did see that Master, he had some awkward play there towards the end. Actually towards the entirety of the series, actually, with Master's Novas, with his purification Novas. Like very often he was a little bit too tentative too soon, or would often pull them back too soon as well. And yeah, he needed better connections there to keep up with SpeCial, especially if you're skipping Storm, right? If you're skipping Storm, then you need the disruptors to pop off. Otherwise, GG. Otherwise, GG, well played. And with that, let's catch up on the group, because I believe this was the fastest. Sorry, this was the longest series. Oh. Okay. Yes, this was the longest series. So exclamation mark B in the chat. The group, I believe, is finalized. There might be some tiebreakers. Here we go. From the top, we have SpeCial. Juanito comes out in first place. Sorry, I say in first place. Juanito and Cham, SpeCial and Cham, they are both tied in first place with 6-1 score lines and with a tied map score as well. I believe it comes down to the head-to-head, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know exactly what the rules are, but in my mind, if we have even like map score and even like overall like scoreline here with +9/+9. I believe SpeCial did defeat Cham earlier, not mistaken, or was it the other way around? Yes, Cham, he 2-0'd, SpeCial 2-0'd Cham, so it would make sense for SpeCial to be above Cham in the overall standings. Then we had Trigger in third place, and we had Astrea barely clutching it out in fourth place. Which means, scrolling down here, Trigger, he 2-0'd Dolan, Cham 2-0'd eGGz, SpeCial took down Master, and Astrea took down Foxer. These final matches were a little bit more one-sided, I will say that, true, we're a little bit more one-sided here, just purely 2-0s, and with that, Astrea, there was some thoughts there for sure that he would not make it through the group stage, but he barely does in the end. I feel like these are the 4 players that we expected to make it through the groups, but not in this order. Like in my mind, it would have been Trigger in first place, Cham in second, followed by SpeCial and Astrea, but SpeCial had a really strong showing here in this tournament, and Trigger definitely did struggle more than we expected. Part of that could also be fatigue. It is 10 AM here in Australia, and for Trigger, it is 8 AM. Trigger is playing from South Korea, of course. He's playing from Korea, and he was saying earlier that he was like falling asleep. Like Trigger, he was struggling a little bit towards the tail end of this tournament, just because it is so late in Korea. And Trigger's not a DJ. Like Trigger, he wakes up when the sun rises, he goes to sleep when it sets, typically. So yeah, for Trigger to ruin his sleep schedule like this, it's brutal. It is brutal, and hopefully he can adjust and acclimate in time for tomorrow's cast, for tomorrow's tournament, I should say. Yeah, congratulations to SpeCial, Cham, Trigger, and Astrea, as they are the top 4 players of the tournament, of the group. And with that, the seeding will be soon commencing here for the semifinals. It would be like SpeCial versus Astrea and Cham versus Trigger, I would imagine. And you can see here, this is going to be the playoff bracket, top four players. We will not be casting it live, only the mainstream. Only the mainstream is going to be covering this. Is going to be tomorrow in less than 24 hours, around this time zone, at this time slot. I say that, I guess, like 6 hours before this time. So there we go, in 18 hours time, they're going to be live with the playoffs, and I believe their stream should continue here, as they're going to be having like a poker night and maybe like a talk show. Like there's going to be some more content over on the mainstream. They're still going to keep things going. I think they have like a spicy wing challenge and some other shenanigans they're going to be having as well today and tomorrow. But meanwhile, we should be covering these via replays. I believe that's the plan from us, at least, from the CranKy Ducklings. We'll be covering this like tomorrow in like over 24 hours with replays. But otherwise, you can tune in live, of course, to Zombie stream, to the mainstream. And if you want to support them, you can do so via the command in the chat, !safehouse, !safehouse in the chat, and you'll get a link to the Matcherino page. Again, they've gotten so much support today from the community, from the people, so do check them out. So the Matcherino has been growing very steadily. I think the broadcast began with them being at like 1.6k or something, now up to 4,000. Oh my god. Which means they have been able to get state in, but they are so close to the D&D one-shots. Honestly, that sounds like a lot of fun. Like a D&D one-shot campaign or one-shot session sounds like a lot of fun, especially because a lot of these guys, they play a lot of D&D. Like Zombie, I think she does a lot of DMing I believe Fear Dragon and Chicken Man, they play a lot of D&D as well. I think Chicken Man, he's in the Apoptosis group, and I think Zombie has her own group as well. There's like a couple of different like StarCraft like D&D groups that have their own campaigns with like Pig and like Livy B and Alimali, sorry, Ollie as well. Zombie Fear Dragon. They all do their Neuro, that's it, Neuro as well. They all do their own separate like D&D groups. So I think it'd be fun, especially because like there are some people that I don't think I've seen play D&D before, like State. Like I've never seen State play D&D, so would be fun to get him involved. I don't think I've seen Steadfast play D&D either. So yeah, I think that'd be a lot of fun. And then after that, they have the spicy wing challenge. That'll be the next goal. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for support. We do appreciate it. I'm gonna go pass out. It's 10 a.m. papi. It is 10 a.m. in the morning. I gotta pass out, and we got another cast like in 11 hours. Jesus. Of course, our next cast is going to be here. Here we go. Bam. We have our schedule. Our next cast should be the Sparkling Tunica. That's going to be at 7 p.m. KST. That's going to be at 9 p.m. AEST. That is in 11 hours time. So I got to go get some sleep. And wake up in time for the next cast. Let's go, baby. Let's go. So yeah. So again, that's going to be Tuna Cup, of course. And again, in less than 24 hours, in around 18 hours time, is after the Tuna Cup is going to be the final day of the SE2 Safe House. So again, plenty of StarCraft over the weekend, of course. Plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft. And again, we should be covering those via replays, the final day via replays, in a later date. A later date, most likely tomorrow. Oh, sorry, the day after. So in 2 days' time. Otherwise, thanks for watching, thanks for support, and we'll see you guys next time. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Until then, ciao, papi, ciao. See you tomorrow, papi. You weren't so delightful, we'd let you sleep more often. True. Bed time, papi, bed time. Buenas noches, buenas noches. Oh.